Good morning. Thank you. Good morning. Hello, my name's Jack DeHovitz. Those of you who don't know me, please do come up and introduce yourselves to me during the course of the day. I'd appreciate that. I'm a professor at SUNY Downstate, and with my co-convener, Gene Morris, just to my left here, from the University of Buffalo, we're thrilled to welcome you to the next meeting of the SUNY Global Health Institute. As many of you know, this is sort of a DIY effort, do it yourself effort, which we initiated in 2013 through a research foundation supported network of excellence. At that time, Gene and I had been funded by the Fogarty International Center, and we felt collaboration using the SUNY platform would allow us to expand our global health efforts. And I think, as you'll see today, indeed it has. We subsequently had a series of meetings funded by various entities that we could scrounge dollars from, 2014, 2019, and most recently in April 2022. The mission of this is really quite simple, which is to provide a mechanism for global health programs that will foster collaboration, innovation, and education, training, and research initiatives with our partners, as well as regional, corporate, and economic leaders. Building on what we hope is a systemness within the SUNY system and collaboration through various campuses, the Global Health Institute has grown and continues to grow, as you'll hear about today. Recent exciting developments, as you'll hear about in just a moment, is our increasing engagement with the University of the West Indies and, of course, our activities in Eastern Europe and Central Asia. Today's agenda will focus on many of our global collaborators in the morning, followed by a plenary talk by the acting deputy director of Fogarty International Center after lunch. Following that, we'll be hearing from SUNY-based collaborators, followed by a series of talks at the end of the day focused on new directions. Before having Gene make any additional comments, I introduce the morning's first speaker. I just want to thank Dr. Cristini, who's the Senior Vice President for Research at SUNY Downstate, and his staff for supporting what is actually the second conference. I also want to thank our staff at SUNY Downstate, including Dr. Cristini's staff and David Odegaard here up front, STAR's Programs Director of Education. He'll also be someone that will be encouraging people to complete their talks in a timely manner today. He has a booming voice set up just for that. Please address any logistical questions to him throughout the day, although don't ask him why the coffee came so late. Thanks again for participating. We have a great turnout here in the room and all those of you on Zoom. Gene, I think it's time for you to come up.
Thanks, Jack. Great to see everyone here. I think we had about 140 registered between on Zoom and here. And you know how it works. People come in and out. So that's just our state of existence. That's okay. But I think I just want to kind of reemphasize what Jack was saying about how enthusiastic we are about the idea of a SUNY Global Health Institute. The more I've been working with low and middle income countries, what becomes so obvious to me is how much we have in terms of resources within New York State, particularly within the SUNY system, although we work with lots of other non-SUNY academic centers. So once you see everything that exists within the SUNY system, you begin to realize that it's time to step back and look at what has been built. So I've been immersed in the quicksand for about 4 decades now. And so I've got to see a lot of people come and go at the top, and everybody's always trying to do the right thing. But usually if people move on, they just move on. And what they've been able to help build, somebody, that you? You must really want to hear me. So the idea here is to create what I would call a upper mid-level organization where there's enough leadership going on to be able to bring things together and actually begin to provide senior administration with an idea of what could happen. Because again, when you go to a low and middle income country where there's not resources, you realize how much money it takes to build a core facility, an informatics network, a clinical research center, a training program, bring in faculty who can then get their own grants. Those are huge undertakings that go on every day within the SUNY system. And the other thing we're trying to do in the meeting today is really let you know about the idea of partnerships. Because the more you work in building programs in low and middle income countries, you realize that it's all about sustainability after the grant ends. And what you'll be hearing about are new partnerships with partner universities, business partnerships, ideas of how to bring people together so that more funding is available to make things happen and be sustained. So that's kind of just our wish list of what we're trying to get out of the meeting today. The other thing is that this room is full of incredible people. So I hope that everybody gets to meet each other and network a bit. It's harder for the folks on Zoom, but they'll get the flavor of this. And the idea is not that it ends at the end of this meeting. It's really that this is just the next step so that the communications accelerate, the projects get funded, and everything builds. So all of that, having said that, I grew up on Long Island and didn't even know where Buffalo was. So that's kind of what we're working with here across New York State. There's just all sorts of people all over the place who don't know about everybody else. But I think this type of meeting now helps us move forward. Okay. So now we'd like to get into our program now that we've stalled long enough to have coffee, which was obviously our main priority. And I wanted to introduce you to Sandra Maynard, who I have met through the programs that we've been building with the University of the West Indies. Sandra is a leader there. Her title is Pro Vice Chancellor for Global Affairs. And I'm really hoping that she's going to convey what that means in a university system that's complicated and trying to grow itself. So we're really glad that she's been able to join us. Welcome. Podium is all yours.
So good morning, everyone, to everyone in the room and those who are online. So it's a pleasure to be here and to meet up. Some colleagues I've met before online and working with Jean online in relation to this. Just to explain, my name is Sandra Maynard. I am the Pro Vice Chancellor for Global Affairs at the University of the West Indies. And you may be asking yourself, what does that in fact mean? I hear a resounding yes coming from the audience. So the Office of Global Affairs sits within the Vice Chancellor's office at the University of West Indies. And as part of that, it was initially established back in 2016. And the responsibility of the Pro Vice Chancellor was to raise the University of West Indies' international standing and to strengthen and expand its alliances with other universities internationally, working also with research institutions and other non-academic organizations. It in fact builds on the achievements that had previously been in place between 2012 and 2016, which was called the Central Office for Regional and International Affairs. What I want to do first is I'm going to show you a video so you can get a little idea about the University of West Indies. And it will give you an idea, certainly with the infrastructure. So we have 5 campuses. And I think that will help you to understand a little bit more about the importance of the role of the Pro Vice Chancellor of Global Affairs.
The University of the West Indies, activist at 75. Driver of 7.5 decades of Caribbean development, host to multi-generational intellectual service to its people, designed and dedicated to detaching them from the colonial scaffold, patron to regional integration, partner in the political democracy and sovereignty agendas, promoter of cultural identity and social multiracialism, gender equality and women's liberation, and advocate of indigenous economic development and broad-based sustainable post-colonial transformation. 7.5 decades of effective teaching and research in support of nation building. Creator of conscious citizens, architects of their existential arrangements, the University of the West Indies, deeply rooted in Caribbean civilization, prepared for 21st century service and rapidly rising as a first-class global institution. At 75, its reputation has never been higher, its global visibility has never been greater. Ranked in the top 1.5% of the world's finest 30,000 universities, it is on top of its game, #1 in the region, and holding its head high with success. Dignified in its decades of struggle, these outstanding achievements are the results of an unwavering activist commitment to finding solutions to the region's challenges: social equality, economic development, democratic political reform, climate change, public health, sustainable energy, reparatory justice, and many other needs. It is an academy that has been persistent in its search of social upliftment, partnering with indigenous institutions, CARICOM, Caribbean Development Bank, Caribbean Examinations Council, and many others. It has produced and honed the region's finest leaders, from the longest-serving senior statesman, Dr. the Honorable Ralph Gonsalves, to the youngest and most recently elected, the Honorable Dickon Mitchell. It has benefited from the wisdom and vision of non-alumni leaders such as the Honorable Mia Motley, whose call for a new global economic order resonates in the corridors of its classrooms. As an activist university, it was selected in 2019 by the International Association of Universities to lead the Global University Consortium on Sustainable Development Goal 13, Climate Action, in recognition of its decade of distinguished research on climate change. In this role, it received commendation from the Intergovernment Panel on Climate Change in the 6th Assessment Report. It is now recognized as the lead producer of research on small island developing states. Also, as an activist university, it has produced the leadership to build out an association of Caribbean universities, an organization of over 50 universities across the language terrain, unifying the higher education landscape of the Caribbean and driving the regional integration process. Rising to the challenge of COVID-19 management, the UWI mobilized its community of virologists, microbiologists, and epidemiologists to work with the health sector and governments to save lives. With sleeves rolled up, UWI scientists made their societies proud in their effective service. The leading research academy in the region, globally competitive, and ranked as excellent in the generation of new and relevant knowledge, center of gravity of the region's research culture, and host to its finest community of creative writers and artists. The soul and spiritual beat of the civilization. Today, the university sits at the pinnacle of the global reparations movement, seeking justice and a new development paradigm for the region. The world is on the cusp of a major structural transition driven by reparatory justice, an inspired development by CARICOM that calls upon the university to play its part. The university has proclaimed its intention to position itself as the epicenter of digital transformation for the region, building out the capacity for a knowledge economy that is rooted in digital science and propelled by corresponding technologies. The UWI at 75, energized for the future and focused on the region's needs at 2050. A public university sustained by the financial and policy support of regional governments, always seeking to assure them of the positive outcomes of their investments. The UWI, 5 campuses hosting 50,000 students, erupting over 75 years. The region's greatest gift to itself, an excellent ethical university, steeped in the struggles of its people and driven by their finest imaginings. Consolidating the past, the UWI now looks deeply into the future, focusing on claiming and owning that dignified place called the Caribbean world, sophisticated, sovereign, and sustainable.
Right, so I hope you all enjoyed having a sort of general idea about what the University of West Indies and its construction is. So as the video indicates, we in fact cover all of the region, the English-speaking region of the Caribbean. And there's approximately sort of 50,000 students, about 5,000 staff spread across the 17 countries. It doesn't prevent us, and we do interact with the English-speaking countries within the Caribbean. As part of CARICOM, of course, that is what binds us together. And we then interact with international organizations and also with industry in relation to that. Right, so you've seen on the video, and it probably wasn't explained, but our leadership is, the Chancellor is a Mr. Robert Bermudez, from Trinidad and Tobago, and our Vice Chancellor is Professor Sir Hilary Beckles. And I'm going to explain the infrastructure so that we get a deeper understanding of why my role and how my role works within that particular space. So each campus, effectively, with the exception of Global Campus, sits on a separate Caribbean island. Now, Cave Hill, which you'll see there, that the principal is Professor Clive Landis, who comes and has a medical background. We have Professor Justin Robinson, who is the principal of the Five Islands campus, our newest campus in Antigua and Barbuda. We have Professor Denzel Williams, who is the new principal of the Mona campus based in Jamaica, and Professor Rosemary Marie Bell Antoine, who is the principal of the Trinidad and Tobago campus. And of course, having the appreciation of the fact that each of these countries are sovereign. So they work together as part of CARICOM in the interest and the betterment of the region. Now, I didn't mention one, and it's not because he's not important, but Dr. Francis Severin is the principal of the Global Campus, previously called the Open Campus, and we'll be having a look at the kind of activities that they engage in a little bit later. The key thing when we're looking at this is that the Global Campus covers the remaining territories in CARICOM. And the concept behind this was to make sure that those who wish to study could do so online. And what is available to students in the remaining territories is a significant offering, both at undergraduate and postgraduate level, so that they can choose to work and study. So they will be doing undergraduate programs and graduate programs. And they also have the option to join a campus if they so wish. And one of the nice things that happened this year is that even those who studied at the Global Campus could go to their nearest island for graduation and participate in the graduation ceremonies, which we've just recently held. So the Vice-Chancellor's office then has a number of Pro-Vice-Chancellors. So I'm one of those Pro-Vice-Chancellors, which I'm responsible for global affairs. We then have a Pro-Vice-Chancellor who is responsible for graduate studies and research, and that is Professor Audrey Henry Lee. And we have a Pro-Vice-Chancellor for undergraduate studies, which is Professor Derek Chady. The rationale for this is to make sure that there is consistency when it comes to the quality, assurance, and what is offered across all of the campuses. So we all have very particular roles, but we all work together under the Vice-Chancellor. And therefore, my role predominantly is partnership-based. I work with partners across the globe. I also work with industry partners. And I think it's probably best to describe it as that it's really important that there is that nexus so that we have those from industry can then come in and have a conversation. And then I will ensure and facilitate that they are then moved to the correct campuses. So even though all the campuses have the same subject areas and topic themed areas, what then happens is each of them does have their strengths. So, for example, Mona, medicine, and also Barbados now with medicine. Then we have campuses that are looking at oceanography, artificial intelligence at Five Islands campus. So the role of me is I move between and support all of those campuses. So the UE strategic pillars, probably very similar to most institutions in that sense, is that we are looking at access, alignment, and agility. And it's important that we are primarily a teaching and learning institution, but there are a lot of very talented people who have kept the university very high from the research perspective. And of course, we are an advocacy is a singularly most important element of the university, and we're activists in that sense. And of course, right there is partnerships, because we cannot do anything alone, and we accept that working in partnerships, as we do here at UE, we work in partnership with our governments, with our industry, and with other global institutions. The other element of the University of West Indies is our alignment with Flow TV. So we have our own station, which is UE TV, and the partnership between Flow ensures that we can distribute a lot of content from our platforms through the television to everyone who watches Flow, and everyone, my understanding is, has Flow available to them in the Caribbean region. And here we have a picture of the recent signing with Mr. Stephen Price, the Vice President for Flow, and of course the Vice Chancellor, renewing that alignment. And what that also brings to the table is that I know the Vice Chancellor has indicated that what they certainly want to do is, UETV is different. It brings forward the positive things. And many of us who see news that comes out now, it's all doom and gloom. This has happened here, this, I daren't mention the activities that are happening globally at the moment, which is consuming the news. But what we certainly want to do at UETV is to let those in the region understand the good things that are happening. So that will include activities conducted by each of the campuses, and of course all the partnerships that we are involved in. And so on that basis, it's such a significant part of the University of the West Indies. We also have, as part of the university, we also have other institutes that we work with and my office works with to support. One of those is the Global Institute for Climate, Smart and Resilient Development. And that is an important element, particularly because, of course, in the Caribbean, the impact that climate change is having within the region. And they work alongside many of our campuses to ensure that they are building knowledge and sharing knowledge to help build a Caribbean climate and a resilient Caribbean environment. So at the bottom there, you can see that we have a number of centres. SUNY is also detailed there as well. But there are numbers of centres there that we work with and institutes that is supported. And part of my role is essentially to support that when I move out in the global space. Right, the other part of the UE that we are undergoing at the moment is a digital transformation. We can't get away from the fact that we are moving forward, technology is advancing, and part of that is that we want to ensure that we can empower the university and part of the revenue revolution by ensuring that digitally we are as modernised as we can be. And that is led at the moment by Professor Lloyd Waller, who is the coordinator of the Digital Transformation Project. Now, that project actually falls under the Office of Global Affairs, but of course, when I go back to mention that as the global arm of the Vice Chancellor, that means that we are able to support that development. Okay, interestingly, this is how my office is structured. And my office runs across with staff members on each of the campuses. And it's divided into manageable, I say, categories. So we have articulations and franchises that falls under the Office of Global Affairs naturally, because of course, that allows us to work and deal with other higher education institutes and colleges within the university, and we actually support the franchises throughout the Caribbean in that way. We also have the UE Global Centres, and there are 10 of those, and I shall take you through that quickly in a little while. And one of the most important factors as well is that we're not ignoring the fact that as part of the university, we are also very, very close to our Spanish partners. So we have a Latin American and Caribbean center, and that's headed by our coordinator, Ambassador Gillian Bristol. Now, part of the globalization agenda means that we need to ensure that we're building bridges, opening doors, and of course, fostering relations, even with the non-English speaking sectors close by to us in the Caribbean. Now, the centre has created a number of very interesting and new avenues for joint research, for mobility, student mobility, and also targeted collaborations. And as part of the UE, this, our Vice-Chancellor has introduced an initiative where it's important, or I should say, that all students that leave the University of West Indies must also leave with a competency in another language. So what happens with our Latin America Caribbean Center, we work with our Latin American partners to also provide things around languages such as Spanish. We also have links with French, Japanese, and also Thailand. So we have all of that encompassing, and that also runs through the Office of Global Affairs. The other element of this, which I think we've worked with here, is looking at multilateral partnerships and, of course, project management. That is an avenue that is essential to the ongoing running of the university. And those partnerships include partnerships with donors. So we have Mr. Dale James is leading on that area, and we keep the relationship well managed between our donors and our partners. And that is the essential part of the Office of Global Affairs. We also have other areas like the Canadian Caribbean Institute, which are international partnerships. And we then have what we call spotlight partners and special projects. And I'll look a little bit into those because those are the projects that we really bring in our industry partners into that. And underpinning all of this is our sustainable futures. Because looking at all the activities we're doing here, and as mentioned earlier by colleagues, that it's important that what we do is sustainable, and of course, being part of the International Association of Universities. So mainly our activities, and I've got here a little poster. I know it's very small on screen, but I'm happy to share with you after that. So we have our harmonization of several small units within the Office of Global Affairs. We have the centers, as mentioned, partnerships, Latin American Center, and our newest offering, which is the International School for Development Justice. And this is something that the Vice-Chancellor has put a lot of time, thought, and conceptualized. And this is very much an online offering that's linked to all of the SDGs. And that means that students can join online. And what we're encouraging is that we are working with partners across the world to make sure that what is offered is enhanced and informed both from our partners, with other academic institutions, and of course with industry. So that is one of the our developments that is currently underway, and we're really excited about this happening. So we're looking to launch around August to September 2024. Now I'm going to skip these because we've been through the roles of each of the areas within the OGA. But I do want to mention, of course, our partners, SUNY being one of those, straight up there. And we have our partnerships with those such as the University of Glasgow, Lagos. The University of Glasgow, we work from an activist perspective, so it's mainly based around reparatory justice. And University of Lagos is looking around sort of African diaspora studies, Havana, and so forth. So we have a number of those initiatives across the world. And the important aspects are we really do think about, and our interactions could be symposiums, and we have staff and student mobility between each of those. And so we try to ensure that we try and keep those partnerships vibrant, alive, and interactive. I can hear an echo. Right, okay, so my office. I'm putting Jean on the naughty list now for that. Right, so part of the role that we have is very much around donor engagement and resource mobilization. It is essential. We don't obviously in my office carry out the research, but what we ensure is that we engage with our donors. We ensure that we look at our strategic and thematic areas. We form our partnerships with each of those areas, and then we make sure that we support the operationalization of that. We even support funding approvals, and we project plan. And I say that these are all the different elements that exist within my office. Now, the project management and execution part of that is an essential element. And we don't just have a partnership and walk away. We support that partnership as time goes on. And we say this because often, I know that academic institutions understand each other, but often industry and academic institutions don't understand each other. And therefore, what we can do is we can be a central point of contact for each of those donors, and they can come back and say, look, Sandria, this is the situation. We really, really want to either extend the project, or we might want to look at a slightly different element to the project. And what we can then do is operate and facilitate and translate sometimes the needs of the donors to our academic researchers. Some examples of what we do here are, for example, we have the Climate Action Portal. And that is leading a little bit more onto the areas that we were talking about here, which is capacity building. And the capacity building is an essential part, obviously, in the Caribbean. It's, even though everyone is within that region, it's really important that we acknowledge the nuances and the cultural nuances of each Caribbean island. And so, for example, we work through research, teaching, and advocacy to advance and create knowledge. So our partnerships will stem from the UNDP, for example, and they want to, sometimes in the courses that we work with, will also look at technical investments and trying to facilitate cooperation across the entirety of the Caribbean and the rest of the world. One of the interesting one that comes to mind around capacity building is one of our newest projects that I was in Geneva for a few weeks ago, which is the ITU, which is the International Telecommunications Union. So this union, the UE is one of 14 global academy training centers. And the purpose of that is that we are building capacity and skills in the fields of information and communication technologies and digital developments within the Caribbean. So there's a combination of how students or learners can join. The aim is to bring together not just students, but also government officials and those that are in businesses that might want to upskill their workers. It's delivered across 3 of our UE campuses. So that is Barbados, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. And we're currently working in the areas of compliance monitoring, things around embedding systems in smart city development, digital inclusion in the workplace for persons with disabilities, and Internet of Things, looking around efficiency in operations. So part of what we're developing with ITU, and there is more to come, and we will continue to develop that relationship so that we are able to give an affordable option for people to study within the Caribbean. Another interesting project that you can see we work with, so with UNESCO, CARICOM, is the Creative Caribbean. And that project really works at strengthening and streamlining our ecosystem, looking at the region's cultural and creative sectors. So the Creative Caribbean, it was one of the funders, the main funders in this is the European Union. And what our lecturers do is they help to support and increase the skills of within the Caribbean cultural sector. And that is to help them optimize their financial security and make their business sustainable. And that's one of the key areas that we are desperate to ensure that this continues. And so, of course, that in turn will then reduce their dependence on international funding. Because where we are at the moment is a lot of projects start, and I'm sure this is nothing new with any other university. The project is set for a couple of years, and then all of a sudden, once the funding stops, the project stops. What we're hoping to build with Creative Caribbean here is that we will then support those creative operators so that they can be sustainable and they can continue to operate their businesses without the need of that financial support. So it's just the initial financial input. But the professors and lecturers within the University of the West Indies support and guide these businesses in that way. And this is one of my personal joys to say that part of our capacity building is not just through knowledge, is through our internships. And it has been one of those situations where you have a business and normally it will say, I will offer an internship just within that particular island or just within that particular country. What we have here with these 2 organizations, so the first one being CRIF, as I pronounce it, so that's the Caribbean Catastrophe Risk Insurance Facility. You'll be happy to call it CRIF for short. And then we have scholarships that have been provided by CRIF and internships across the entirety of the region. So what that is doing is, along with their qualifications, that's both undergraduate and now from 2024, CRIF is now going to be offering graduate scholarships as well. So that's been a real positive change. And we've just had the award ceremony, which we held in Jamaica, and that picture there sort of denotes that. The other partnership is with Caribbean Airlines. And Caribbean Airlines is, as you can see there, we had the signing of the MOU with the Vice Chancellor and also Mr. Garvin Madeira, who is the CEO of Caribbean Airlines. And I know from speaking to him, it's very important. This concept is something that he pushed for, and he approached us because he wants to bridge that gap between theory and practice. And not only that, he wants to support homegrown talent. And by ensuring that the skills that those young people will learn, hopefully they'll stay. At the moment, there is a big brain drain issue with the Caribbean coming out to whether it's the US, whether it's coming out to Canada or even to the UK. We want to try and make sure that those young people stay within the Caribbean and continue to help build the capacity of the region. Right, the only part I've got left is to tell you about the Global Campus, because I think that everyone has just assumed that when I say I'm the Office of Global Affairs, it means we're the Global Campus, and I am not. Right, so just to let you know that we do work, and I work closely with all of the campuses, but the Global Campus has its own infrastructure. It was originally called the Open Campus, and it's been rebranded the Global Campus. And as you can see there, we cover the remainder of the Caribbean. So those are all the other islands that we provide online education to. And that is the team that's there. So it's led by Dr. Francis Severin, and they have their own infrastructure, and it's a very different environment there because they are very much the experts on the virtual learning environment, and they are supporting their students and their learners, and they are very much of the view, let's work together. Okay, it doesn't stop the other campuses doing online projects or anything else like that, but what the Global Campus does is that's their area of expertise. And the International School for Development Justice I mentioned earlier will also sit as a business school within the Global Campus. Just to let you know a little bit about what they do. So you'll see they have teaching and learning. They provide all the student services you'd expect, but online. They have to also generate revenue for the university. And of course, they are involved with stakeholders, partnerships, both public, private, and non-governmental. And one of the areas that they do is a lot of community outreach. One of those is, for example, the Women and Development Unit, WAND. And in June of this year, they worked with the Barbados Red Cross and Daniel Boyce Films. They hosted a film screening of 26 the film and a discussion on youth suicide, for example, bullying and parenting in the Caribbean. So they also supported the Barbados National LGBTI Survey launch event. So they have a very specific area. They are based, as if I say headquarters in Barbados, but they operate across the entirety of the region. The other activities in development, for example, and I think probably of interest to those in the room, is looking at the Circular Community for Health, Wellness and Sports based in Grenada. So that is in its process of being developed at this stage. And this is also not just building capacity there, it's also giving back into that community. So it straddles both areas. Special initiatives, for example, we are working with the OECS for education and advancement. And that's a consultancy service for the development and delivery of a course in creative arts for primary school teachers. And that will move across to the non-campus based islands of the Caribbean. And finally, what the Global Campus really sort of looks at is working with continuing and professional education. And they have a center dedicated to this. So we also work with the Caribbean Development Bank, and that's around building capacity in financial literacy. And with the government of Guyana, looking and working with the Guyana Online Academy of Learning, GOAL for short. Working with them for their continued professional education. I'm not going to go through all of these, but I'll let you take a moment to have a look at the kind of things that we are actually sort of working on for approval. So things around cocoa enterprises, human rights, gender and the project cycle and so forth. So we've got all of these areas developing within the global campus. Particular focus, for example, on gender and inclusive planning for development professionals, climate change, and also sports and physical education. There are lots of areas that are currently being developed and approved as we speak, so that this then moves out to all of the Caribbean. The question is, of course, making sure that we get the funding. And whatever funding does come along for this, we have to make sure that it's sustainable and we're building something that can self-sustain itself moving forward. And that is me. Thank you all very, very much. I've put there if you have any questions, so I'm open to any questions that people might wish to ask in relation to Office of Global Affairs. No? Was the presentation so good? Oh, we have a question. We have two questions over there. Yes, you have a mic.
Hi, I'm John Justino from the University of Albany School of Public Health and the Center for Global Health. I'm just curious, we also have a Center for Public Health Continuing Education. I was curious if the Continuing and Professional Education Center does any training for health professionals or public health professionals in Jamaica. Just curious.
If I can answer that, I know that the Mona campus, so when I say at the moment the global campus isn't, but the campuses still also offer continued professional education for their health workers. And that will happen via the Mona campus, for example, in Jamaica, I know offer programs certainly there and also in Barbados. But if I say this, of course they could do. And I'm happy to work with partners to be able to ensure that that is available to those in the region.
Yeah, it's just that the model could be relevant in that this center at our school provides continuing public health education and also for nurses and things for New York State across the whole state. So they specialize in remote self-paced learning programs and things, and that just might be a relevant connection we could discuss.
It will be a wonderful connection, yes.
Thank you.
And I'd love to speak to you afterwards about that, definitely. Thank you. We've got a question at the back.
Hi, yes, my name is David Gittleman, University of Albany as well, Center for Global Health Advisor. Thank you for your presentation. Was very interested in two things one about internships. Was wondering about what is seen, and I might have missed it, for facilitating global health internships, for example, placement with PAHO offices regionally or ministries of health or other things like that. Is that something within your purview? And secondly, if you have any connections with CARIC, the Caribbean Epidemiology Center, whether you are engaged with that.
Do you know what I'm going to do at this point? I'm going to point over to my colleague here, who is Professor Lindo, who will probably be able to answer that a lot better than I could. But I know that we do have some interaction, but the precise part is there. Could I ask you, Professor Lindo? You got mine there?
Yes, sir. I'd asked about the interactions that you have with CARIC and the Caribbean Epidemiology Center, and also any internships that UWI is facilitating in global health, maybe with PAHO offices, CARIC, and other places.
You've got to switch it on.
I've switched on. So CARIC has now been changed. It's now called CARPHA, the Caribbean Public Health Agency. And so it's for the room, it's an agency for CARICOM countries in the region. And they, through the ministries of health, will set the regional health agendas. So what we do is when, in public health research, we try to align the agendas with CARPHA's agenda, the ministry's agenda, and as best as possible, integrate them into those projects very early. In terms of having continuing education internships, no, we don't have that yet, but I think it's a brilliant idea that we could build on, and certainly through the global campus we could. Thanks.
Thank you. That was just, and she'll be here most of the day, so you'll be able to hear more about it. We're thrilled that you could join us, since this is a major part of our future. We had this last meeting in April of 2022, and I just wanted to highlight some of the accomplishments that have happened since then. And it's sort of amazing how this meeting itself has really served as a catalyst for some new efforts, which you'll be hearing about just briefly from Jean and I now, but really in depth, both in the international group speaks a little later this morning as well as this afternoon. Just want to remind you of that our own New York State International Training and Research Program really highlights the SUNY systemness of this, and I'll explain it in a couple of minutes. What I'm really highlighting now is our Fogarty-supported activities initially started at SUNY downstate in Eastern Europe and Central Asia. This began when I was 12 years old, in following the revolution in Eastern Europe. And at that point, soon thereafter, I got a phone call from someone at the Fogarty Center, of course, Ken, who said, gee, we can now support Eastern Europe now that the Iron Curtain has fallen. And so with support initially from the World AIDS Foundation and then the Fogarty system, we initially were funded in Czechoslovakia, which was then Czechoslovakia, and subsequently Czech Republic, for HIV research training programs. And what this slide shows is that we initially started in the Czech Republic, Poland, and Hungary, and then gradually spread to the Baltics, as well as ultimately even Russia, Ukraine, Kazakhstan, and Georgia. I think the note here is interesting. HIV incidence remained relatively low in Central Europe, but as we were moving farther east, suddenly because of both the economic dislocation occurring following the collapse of the Soviet Empire, as well as the movement of drugs from Afghanistan, really caused a huge synergistic challenge to the region and a dramatic increase in HIV infections. I say that we are, it really highlights the systemness of SUNY's system because this effort, which we are focused on, is a collaboration of a number of different units, which you will hear about today. Obviously, SUNY Downstate, my own institution in Brooklyn, has had a major focus on HIV epidemiology, prevention, and treatment of HIV infection. And for the last 10 or 12 years, focused on HIV aging with the MWCCS, really led by Deb Gustafson, who's here today, as well as Tracy Wilson, who many of you know. Our clinical education and research efforts are really housed in the special treatment and research program, as well as the New York State International Training and Research Program. But we have two very important partners. You'll be hearing about a little bit at the University of Albany, which is where a lot of our training has gone. And we're actually thrilled to have a graduate of that program here today, Tatiana over there. And hopefully you'll hear about her fascinating work back in Ukraine at some point. This school is a unique partnership of the New York State Department of Health and has developed a Center for Collaborative HIV Research, which has really served as a catalytic engine for HIV collaboration across the health department, the University of Albany, as well as our own program. And the health department itself is unique in that this is really the only, that I'm aware of, state health department that has its own HIV research agenda. And with that, it has been a tremendous support of a lot of our training efforts in Eastern Europe and Central Asia, particularly as we move towards implementation science and the real efforts they've launched here in New York State, and how we can apply those in centers in Eastern Europe and Central Asia. And you'll be hearing about that again also later today. Our program has been had tremendous efforts. It's been funded, as I indicated, since the early 1990s, and a wide variety of trainees throughout the region, many of whom are leaders in epidemiology, infectious diseases, as well as local CDCs in that part of the world. We do now have three active Fogarty-supported HIV research training programs in the region. When I was here last year, in 2022, we had hoped that we'd be funded in Ukraine, and indeed that has happened. You'll be hearing about that more from Kostya Dumchev a little later today. And we have active programs remaining in Georgia, which you'll hear about in Kazakhstan also. I think the most exciting effort has been bringing together these programs regionally. It's really been catalyzed to some degree by the fact there's now a regional CDC office located in Georgia, which covers the entire region, as well as obviously the funding of multiple HIV research training programs in the region. So we've had collaboration on COVID supplements with Deb Gustafson's support and others. We've been able to initiate multiple aging NCD studies in collaboration with the MWCCS. And as you'll be hearing about in a few minutes today, we've developed a regional course focused on implementation science centered in Georgia. And so the PIs have been working collaboratively across the region to really raise all boats. And I think with that, I'm going to let Gene speak a little bit about what's happened in his little world, or not so little world, since we've chatted. Thank you.
Thanks, Jack. Congratulations on all of that progress. Jack and I met during the AIDS epidemic, sitting at a Fogarty Center meeting in Washington. And I've really enjoyed working with him through the years. And he, whenever I start slacking off, he motivates me. So I need that. But you're hearing a lot about HIV, and that's because there was a pandemic, even though we didn't call it a pandemic much in the 80s, there was. And a lot of funding went into that. And now what we're trying to do is pretty much leverage everything that was built during HIV diagnostics and treatment and prevention efforts, and build that out from HIV to other infectious diseases, non-communicable diseases, infrastructure, et cetera. So I just wanted to mention a couple of things that you're going to hear more about today, so I'm not going to go into any detail, but what I wanted to emphasize, for example, is that so we use the term D43 for research training programs from Fogarty Center and other institutes. But the D43 in Zimbabwe, you could see, has had good traction now. And as a result, we've been able to compete for supplements that come out. So once you get the main grant, NIH will advertise additional supplements. And we're trying to use that within the SUNY Global Health Institute to bring in other folks. And I won't go through them all there, but you could see that it's pretty broad, everything from information technology to nanotechnology, mental health, Alzheimer's, et cetera. And then the next one we emphasize a lot, because rather than D43, the K43 is for young faculty in LMICs. And it's very similar to the K programs that exist now in the US for young faculty. And we're very proud of getting those things. They're very competitive, but I'll show you a slide about Admire in a second. The next is the D43 in Jamaica. And that actually is about 10 years old now. And rather than focus on HIV, it's global infectious diseases. You'll hear more about that today. And more recently, we just received a supplement to that program on the application of cloud-based technology applications for viral surveillance. And so these things happen, and they pull in new people. And one of the things we hope the SUNY Global Health Institute convinces New York-based faculty is that they can be engaged. They don't have to be traveling around the world if they don't want to, but that's what these grants pull together. And then more recently, earlier this year, we received a new K43 with UB being the primary mentor. And this is in the University of Ibadan in Nigeria. So I'm giving a shout out. I can't see who's on Zoom, but I know there's a number of Ibadan faculty who have registered for the meeting today. So that is in HIV and behavioral health. And then you're going to hear more later today about this new D43 program that was funded through the Dental Institute at NIH. And so the dentists are very interested in the oral microbiome and correlating that with non-communicable diseases. And one of my longstanding friends in Buffalo, Bob Janko, who started the Microbiome Center in Buffalo. We used to sit and have coffee and talk about how he wanted to come and play golf in Jamaica, and we were about to submit some grants together. He died unexpectedly, and luckily we have Patricia Diaz, who you're going to hear from today, who has carried that on. So there's just tremendous opportunity to build infrastructure within SUNY while we're helping low and middle income countries. I got very involved with this network, the Global Virus Network, which was started out of the University of Maryland with Bob Gallo and other leaders in the fields of virology. And I'm just using it as an example of how connecting the SUNY Global Health Institute, this is now connected to the Global Virus Network, which has about 65 virology research centers around the world. And you can see here that they have their own organization, one of the working groups there. I lead with Gavin Cloherty, who is at Abbott, which you'll hear about in the next slide. So very quickly, these networks can leverage against each other and bring many new projects, which you're going to hear about today. And this slide just is an illustration of what the potential is. So this is just showing you in the diagram, having us in the middle. You know, whoever's presenting this slide can put themselves in the middle, but for today, we're in the middle. And you could see the NIH Fogarty Center, which wants to provide funding for capacity building. And then the Abbott Network, which wants to provide funding to LMICs to be able to build their emerging pathogens research capabilities. Then you can see the GVN Centers of Excellence. And for example, UB is a GVN Center of Excellence. And we include Zimbabwe, Jamaica as our affiliate centers. So within these networks, all of these connections happen. And as you'll hear about, it leads to funding opportunities and growth and basically more potential to bring in new projects. And I won't go much further than that today, just give you some examples of that. Wow, so this slide is a little complicated, but when you try to tell everybody how they can work together, very similar to what goes on in Sandria's office, we try to show them something like this, which is actually fairly organized considering these boxes are all separate, floating out there in the universe. And what we try to do is put little dotted lines to show how, if we connect them, we can build things together. So in the middle here, you can see the Fogarty International Center, the Abbott Network, the Global Virus Network. And what it's doing is pulling in a lot of activities. You could see the US-based research, which has also got other agencies like CDC and USAID and PEPFAR, and how this all can fit into the UB SUNY Global Health Institute. So by having a portal within our infrastructure within SUNY, all of these partners are connected. This doesn't exist. It kind of exists in my brain, but I'm trying to get it to exist in reality. But you can see that very similar to what Sandria was describing, that all fits in her brain of how she's organizing what's going on. And then you're going to hear about all these other programs. So there is some type of a funnel system that can be created where people are working within a very organized structure and making connections, partnerships, et cetera. One of the things we're building is this Global Emerging Pathogens Education and Training Platform. That's kind of a mouthful. Again, it's mostly in infectious diseases, but can be applied readily to cancer and diabetes. And what you can see here is we're pulling together all the members of the SUNY Global Health Institute with all of the sites within Abbott, and then all of the sites within the Global Virus Network. And so now you're up to about 200 to 300 sites that are all working together to be able to, in this case, organize education and training. So education to us can be a seminar, it can be a lecture, it could be experiential, but all of this is very separate and goes on in multiple hundreds of silos. What we're actually envisioning is that this could be occurring within the SUNY Global Health Institute in a very organized way. We just don't have a system to work with it right now. So we're kind of evolving, let's just call it that. But that's what we're trying to do, and the technology is there. So it's not really a tech issue. But what we do is we try to let each LMIC, low and middle income country, that's trying to build their own capacity, we say to them, what is it that you want to build? Whether it's a laboratory infrastructure or informatics infrastructure. And once, that's a requirement for any Fogarty grant application. And once the needs assessment is there, you can develop a plan and then begin to have a menu of both educational resources, experiential training resources that pulls together and accelerates what each country is actually trying to do. We're testing the model right now with those programs I was showing you that we have in Buffalo. We have about 30 trainees. It's usually one-on-one emailing me separately. So we're trying to get rid of that model and get to a model where it's a little more organized. But we have a research training coordinator that works with all 30 trainees, is trying to do the work with the mentors who are doing these monthly evaluations, et cetera. The next application of this model, we're trying to build it out through the Global Infectious Disease funding mechanism through Fogarty or GID. The Jamaica project is now very much a partner to many of the other Latin American countries. And so we're now writing a supplement that will pull together 12 sites within South America, Central America, and the Caribbean, and organize that in partnership with the Global Virus Network and the Abbott Pandemic Defense Coalition, organize those skills and allow each of those centers now to train young faculty, very similar to that K award I was describing. So how does SUNY fit into this? Well, here we are. We're 64 campuses. Each of them has a lot to offer. The Global Health Institute has been focused around the medical campuses, but actually there's much more going on at many other places. And SUNY has invested in something called COIL, which is, to me, not a very user-friendly acronym. It sounds like something where someone's going to shoot something at you, but it actually just stands for online learning. And you can see on the left here that the COIL network exists for New York State. So very quickly, we could network and we could communicate very similar to what we're already doing with our global partners. And then on the right side, you could see that that same network can develop a global communication network. So this is the mechanism that already exists for putting that online virtual training initiative into place. The people that work at COIL, they don't wake up every day and say, how are we going to work with the SUNY Global Health Institute? And each of us don't wake up each day and say, how are we going to implement this to make things happen? So there has to be somewhere where this is occurring. I haven't found that location yet. There's lots of administrators and there's lots of people doing the research and education and training. Can't quite find that middle space. I think Sandria seems to have that in her office. So if we can get her office to work with us, we might be able to organize what we're doing. But I'm saying that facetiously. I think it's just a struggle that I was started out by saying is that when it's a big system, it's hard to get it all organized. But we have the technology to do it. We just have to kind of reorganize a bit. So that's just a little bit about what you'll hear about, some things that we've been working on. And I think our message is that the programs that I'm showing you are all reflective of pulling in partners from the SUNY Global Health Institute. Jack's program and the Buffalo programs just kind of are the portal into them.
Great, Gene. We're a little bit behind. David, you want to give us some instructions?
Yeah, we're about 15 minutes behind, so we'll catch up. One quick question from the chat box. Are any of these global research programs in any way involving nursing? And this comes from Shirley Gerard from,
yes,
we need to, okay.
So Gene can respond.
But respond very quickly. Okay.
So the answer is yes. A very good example is the SUNY UE Health Research Consortium, which includes all the health professional training schools. So nursing is key in many aspects. I won't go into them now, but the answer is yes.
You heard a little bit about Georgia from me, but no one can really speak better than Dr. Djibouti, who's about to speak. who's has 25 years of work experience in public health and is the MPI of the HIV D43 in Georgia with me, and it's been a joy to work with him on this program. He's going to speak about the activities that are currently in Georgia, as well as an exciting implementation science training program that he's developed over the last couple of years. So, Mamuka, go ahead and take it away. Hopefully, we're all set electronically.
Thank you very much, Jack, for the introduction. Good morning, everyone, and good afternoon, good evening for those who are in different time zones. First of all, I would like to thank organizers for this opportunity to speak today at this symposium. So, during my presentation today, I will briefly describe our organization, which is leading the consortium of Georgian and the U.S. partners to implement NIH poverty-supported HIV research grants. Then I will provide a quick overview of our HIV training program and the progress we made so far, as with particular focus on HIV implementation. And then also briefly describe our current research project, this 12 authorities and plans for funding with HIV. So let me briefly introduce our organization, Partnership for Research and Action for Health, PRAH, which is a not-for-profit, non-governmental organization registered in Georgia in 2006. So our mission is to promote population health through high-quality research and educational efforts in Georgia and beyond, particularly in Eastern European and Central Asian region. And our vision is to be recognized as one of the leading public health research institutions in the same region. So, PRAH has established and leading public health research forum, which is a strategic collaboration of national and international universities and scientific research institutions and organizations. And I want to say that this is a flexible effective mechanism for international cooperation, as well as mobilizing resources, receiving grants, and implementing. As for the funding environment, our funding comes from NIH poverty to implement D43 HIV research training, and the grant is more than we choose part of our downstate and Albany School of Public, and the time frame for the grant is 2024, meaning that we're at the fourth year of implementation. We'll be entering next year the fifth year of the grant implementation, and as Jack already mentioned, we are together PIs for this grant. So let me talk about the partnership, because if you ask me, the strongest the side of this program is partnership, which really ensures successful implementation. As I already mentioned, this program the grant program is being implemented by consortium of partners from both Georgia and the U.S. side. So from the Georgia side, the main partner, as you can see on the slide, it's mostly logos, but the main partner is Tbilisi State University, which is the host of doctoral training program, and it's a national leading university in Georgia. The other major partners include the National Center for Disease Control, as well as National TB Center, and the other national leading research NGO, like Ratio or Health Research Union or Institute of Social Studies and Analysis. From the U.S. side, its main partners include the SUNY Downstate, Albany School of Public Health, New York State Department of Health AIDS Institute, and NYU School of Global Public Health. So let me briefly talk about the program plan. It has three major or main components. First one is long-term training. And under this objective, we provide doctoral training to 10 doctoral students. And this is done at the Tbilisi State University within the frame of the doctoral program located there, as well as 8 months training in the US, which includes coursework at University Albany School of Public Health, as well as practice-based internship at the AIDS Institute. The second component is short-term training, which is targeted to postdoctoral students and practicing researchers who are active in HIV research field. And this is mostly focused on HIV implementation research. And the last one is building the institutional capacity and technical competence at the Tbilisi State University to deliver high-quality doctoral degree program in public health. On this slide, you can see the names of our 10 doctoral students and their research project. I'm not going to go through all of this. I will just briefly say that scientific focus of the program and all these doctoral projects is locally relevant HIV implementation research in Georgia, which is addressing the existing gaps behind first and second steps of HIV care cascade. And this includes HIV testing, diagnosis, and linkage to care among key population groups. Also, HIV, HCV, TB, co-infections, and integrated service delivery, HIV-associated non-communicable disease, and HIV-associated stigma. So you can see probably, if you observe the titles of the research project, that all these technical, the focus areas are reflected there. So, Tbilisi State University course on implementation research on HIV/AIDS. So, as I said, this is part of the second component of the program, and this is very important area for our efforts and focus. So, briefly, the progress we made in this direction. So the first course was held at Tbilisi State University in October 2022, and then was the time for careful evaluation and improvement, which was which was happening during 2023. And then I think we've been able to improve quality of the course. And the second course was delivered at TSU in October 2023. Just finished this course like 2 or 3 weeks ago. And the course faculty includes implementation science and HIV experts from NYU, AIDS Institute, SUNY Downstate, and Prague and Tbilisi State University. Participants are doctoral students, short-term trainees from Georgia, and for second course, importantly, we had participants from Kazakhstan and Ukraine. So as for the approach, we try to employ problem-based learning using case studies. And these case studies come from Georgia, from the Eastern European and Central Asian region, as well as global and the US case studies. And then the third course will be held the next year, the fall of 2024, probably with more regional focus and engaging regional factors. So over the past 3 years, Prague implemented 3 poverty-supported supplement projects. I think there was already discussion it was emphasized the importance of the supplement project because they provide excellent opportunity for engaging and training of doctoral students and also engaging some additional experts and the researchers, both in Georgia and from the US side, as well as generating important evidence in different areas of HIV research. So the first such project was implemented in 2021, 2022. It was addressing stigma and other structural barriers to the COVID-19 vaccination among people HIV in Georgia. So just to briefly mention, there was interesting results, low vaccination coverage, high HIV-related stigma. The manuscript has been developed and already submitted, with a doctoral student being the first author. So the second supplement project, very briefly, that was focusing on vascular contributions to cognitive impairment and dementia among people HIV in Georgia. That was done in collaboration with the SUNY downstate, and that was done among 125 people HIV older than 40 years. And then you can see some interesting results here. Just to mention very few, high proportion of patients or respondents, more precisely, with the depressive symptoms, anxiety, and then the results of this work were presented at the international conference in Sweden, again with a doctoral student, and then 2 manuscripts are being finalized and ready for submission, almost ready for submission, with the doctoral students being the first authors again. So the current one is focusing on addressing health and social care needs of older people with HIV suffering from mental health disorders in Georgia, and this one is done in collaboration with NYU Silver School of Social Work. So it's being implemented now, and then will be implemented in next year. So very briefly, and I'm recognizing that my time limit is almost done. So we are using life cycle approach for our HIV research. That includes our parent grant, supplement, and doctoral research projects. We are planning to get additional funding by using NIH Air 21 and RO1 grant mechanism, and then this will give us hopefully the opportunity to engage and train more doctoral students, and then again that will allow us just to think about continuation of the 43, which is coming to the end. So, and this is last slide actually, and which is showing our current effort for expanding HIV research portfolio. We are trying to develop or working now to develop 3 applications for R01, R21 mechanism in partnership with SUNY Downstate and NYU School of Global Public Health. So I'll stop here, and thank you very much. And I'm ready to take any questions. Thank you.
That's just great. Thank you so much. David, how much time do we have?
Maybe if we did one question now, and then if there are more questions at the end of the whole panel, we could have a little more time.
Okay, great. Are there any questions from Mamluka currently? Looking around. Okay. Well, let me just say that you can see that Mamluka benefits from about a 20-year experience of our D43 activities in Georgia, and they're really moving quickly to the next step. And it's been very exciting to work there, and I encourage any of you who are interested to speak with me or him about any specific ideas. There's a lot of interesting things happening there. Great. So we will, thanks, Mamuka. Again, we'll move on to the next speaker. And Charles, you are the next speaker. He needs no introduction. He works closely with Jean on the D43 in Zimbabwe and has taken it also to the next step. Charles, just a warning, that guy there is going to keep you on time. Okay? Thank you very much.
So I was just going to say thank you very much to Jack and Jean for this opportunity. That brings us here to share with a lot more people what we are doing in our case in Africa. So our grant is an HIV clinical pharmacology research training, and it's a D43. But its background goes back to like 2.5 decades ago. So this slide, I'll spend a little bit of time just in honor of the fact that we have got a diverse group of people here. So otherwise it will be mainly pharmacology. But otherwise, if I explain to you and you just get what is on this particular slide, which is to say our 2.5 decades have already been documented. Okay, so you have the top publication in the right-hand corner, which documents what we've been doing over the past 20 years. And then we have developed a framework that we started intuitively, but we realized there's a pattern that we were using to get this to be successful. And so we documented it as well as a framework. So what I want to do is my presentation here just goes through our specific aims of the D43 that is current. So what you will see there, for those who are used to the grant application through Fogarty, the success of your grant really depends on your ability to articulate what you say you are going to do. It is really the specific aims here. So in our case, the first two, which is the training of PhDs and postdocs, is what we've always done successfully for pharmacology. And the second one, where we discovered that if we are going to generate the next or the future scientists, it has got to be in a mentored environment, which at postgraduate level means once you have done your PhD, you must have postdoctorals. And I'll show you in another slide how we have gone around that here in our part of the world. The third one is the specific one that, if you're looking at the Buffalo team, there's quite a number of business people that are coming from there. It was because we realized if we are going to be successful, we must pay attention to what the government's policy is. So the government's policy in higher education right now is what they call Education 5.0. What that means is all research that is being done in universities must lead to the industrialization of the country or should lead to significant policy implementation in government. So because of that, we don't only dwell on the research, teaching, and community services traditional. We have added innovation and industrialization to make it 5. So that is what Education 5.0. But we realized when you are here, it has always been done. So we had to find a way to capture that. What that says is the research we are doing as academics must work with business. And so this is what you see in that specific aim number 3. Specific aim number 4 is if you are going to do anything of impact, it must solve health problems. So in other words, you must have access to the communities. And for that, because we have been doing it, we have also documented it in a publication. So the first two I've already described. So this one just describes the way we are going about it, which is we have got SIGBIS in Buffalo, and we've got the University of Zimbabwe, where we are implementing the project. On the SIGBIS side, the agencies that SIGBIS works with are in blue in that bigger blue box there. And on the Zimbabwean side, the agencies that we use to implement are in the light yellow on the right side. The administration is what is in yellow in the beginning, in the middle. So the cause of the training program itself, which is headed by myself, are 2. On the left, what you will see is the infrastructure resources, which is the lab in bioinformatics course. And then on the right is the actual research training resources, also headed by, in fact, both of them are headed by our former trainees. Okay, I'll just show you our current and previous scholars there. I'm sure you will notice the gender balance there, but the areas we are covering, microbiome science and mental health, traditional medicine, nanotechnology, genomics, and also microbiome science is becoming very popular in our part of the world. And the reason for that is one of our more successful postdocs previously was covering microbiome science. So this is what you see here in my next slide, where according to specific objective number 2, the mentored program, we realized early we have to document the way we do everything. So the publication you will see on the left corner is by one of our postdocs, which was when we implemented a formalized postdoctoral fellowship program in Zimbabwe. And I think Admire has already been mentioned as one of our success stories. He's now a professor at the University of Western Cape. Anaijo is one of our, I think you have seen her name previously. She's one of our mentors there, who is covering the virology and genomics. So these former scholars are now our future mentors for our current scholars. And so that's how that is developing. So I just want to emphasize, again, our grant, our D43 is about all these kings and queens. It is these are the ones that we focus on and spend the funding. However, in training them, we are also building capacity. We know that when you are building capacity, it is not just the science, it is also the background work that needs to be done. And this is where we bring in business. So that's the third specific aim: foster smart academic public-private sector partnerships aimed at addressing sustainable development goals. So you can see we are already bringing together a national innovation system where government is involved, academics are involved, and then the private sector is also involved. And this is how it's done. As soon as we focused on this aim, specific aim, on the government side, both the Zimbabwean side and the US side also respond. For example, this is just an example where in last July, we got funding from the US Embassy to fund 9 emerging faculty from Zimbabwe in global biomedical sciences to come to Buffalo for 6 weeks for training. These are not in our main grant, but these are being attracted as a result of our focus on that national innovation system. So this was at graduation. I think some of those faces, you will know them, but just to say this is called Zimbabwe Emerging Faculty Development Program. Okay, so that is the Zimbabwean government. This is just a sketch that is showing you a map. What you see in brown is actually on top of a hill. That is where the new parliament of Zimbabwe is. Zimbabwe is building a new capital city. And so there's a new parliament, and within that new setup, what you will see, we have the central business district, and then in the periphery of it, if you see that blue rectangle that is in the corner, that is 50 hectares that have been designated by government for us to put a health hub that is going to be supported by this program. Okay, so to go with that, just for us to satisfy our business investors that we have something that the government is backing, we had to obtain a license from the Zimbabwe Investment Development Agency. So that gives us authority now to negotiate with investors, and our investors are very, very specific. It's those innovations that are being developed from research that is coming out of our university. Okay, so we have then gone ahead and set up a board of management, which is chaired by the Zimbabwe Council of Higher Education, which is the organization that is responsible for all universities in the country. And there are 22 universities. The chair of that is also the chairperson of this board of management. I've been appointed to be the CEO of it, but in honor of the fact that we are collaborating with our foreign counterpart here, Professor Moss there is the vice chair of that, but there is quite a number of influential people that have been selected, including 4 ministries that will be participating in that board of management. So it's quite serious and quite challenging, and this is why I'm here to appeal to everyone that let's go to Zimbabwe and build something. Okay, so the way we went about it is to divide this into phases, okay? So we felt that if we wait until we are done with the negotiations, it might be actually too late, but because we had other investors that had already expressed interest, we attracted them and listed them as phase 1 investors, and that's what you see on the left-hand corner. And these, some of them are here, and we are trying to work with them to go to Zimbabwe and do this. So on the 5th of May this year, we had a groundbreaking ceremony. I think you will see Professor Moss right in the corner there on the ribbon cutting, and this was a group that was there. A lot of the ones that are there are our scholars from our G43 and our imaging faculty development. The US Embassy is also represented there. So precisely, the work has begun. The Health Galaxy is now on. All we need is now to do a lot of work that needs to be done. We are hoping that in the second phase and the third phase, you will see a structure that we are envisioning looking like that. A mini-sized New York, perhaps. Okay, and this is my final slide. That just says, whatever we are going to do must have impact on communities. And that was the fourth specific aim in our grant. What we are doing now is to say, with the support group, people that we were just recruiting for our studies, for our scholars, now with HIV, it has been decentralized, but it's also bringing on with it NCDs. Some of the areas now that are coming along are adolescent HIV therapy, diabetes, sickle cell disease, prostate cancer, and complementary medicine is starting. What you are seeing there is the model we have used to bring the community to our group is empower them. Those detergents you see there are simple detergents, household detergents that these women are being taught. Just empowering them to generate a bit of currency for themselves, but also providing one another psychosocial support. And this is also captured in a publication there. Okay, I think. So in summary, we are seeing a growing program here, which started just as an HIV clinical pharmacology program, brought in global biomedical sciences to address sustainable development goals. Our model we have there is what we are seeing here in Buffalo, which is at the Buffalo Niagara campus. We are cutting it. We are going to paste it in Harare, in the Health Galaxy Park. And we are saying under the same model, if you are using Education 5.0, where public sector is being brought in to provide support, as has happened with the US Embassy, you can actually cover a lot of ground. Thank you.
Charles, that's very impressive. We'll meet there next year, okay, at the Health Galaxy Park. Just before you go, are there any specific questions for you? Yes, Jack.
One very brief question. I wasn't sure whether your Health Galaxy Park included children and newborns. They're usually not being well studied. The principles of clinical pharmacology and therapeutics are also applicable to this population.
Right, definitely. I think, you know what, this is the dilemma that is being caused by the fact that we are being driven by the HIV pandemic because the number of pediatric patients that are being born HIV positive in our setting is so few to support the kind of studies that we want to do, apply for grant and funding. So you can see it's like a side effect of the success in therapy that we have made, but there's no doubt that we will need to find another way that we can bring in children. But look at sickle cell disease. It seriously affects children. It is one of those areas that we are saying after HIV, what is it bringing on board? And this is an area of interest we are covering.
So the next speaker doesn't need a huge introduction to this crowd. John Lindo is professor of parasite epidemiology and the key link to the University of the West Indies, in addition to our newer links. And he's also a Fogarty trainee, right? Back in the day. So it's great to have you here as always, John. And then just as a warning, Dr. Mukumbi, you will be followed Dr. Lindo's talk, Dr. Mukumbi's distance. John, you're up.
Thank you very much. Very good talk, Charles. When you were going before me, I would have stolen some of your slides. Anyway, what I'm going to try to do today is to talk a little bit about the SUNY UA Health Research Consortium and how we are trying to build sustainable capacity within the University of the West Indies system. I have a slide that says it. So I'm going to use these examples to highlight our global health partnerships and our capacity building over the years. This slide was shown earlier this morning. It shows UWI's footprint across the region. And so although we are based at Mona, we actually are tasked, Morris and I, with building this capacity across the region, across the campuses served by the University of the West Indies. So it's not always an easy task, but with Sandria's global campus, I think we have a great chance. So a little background on the consortium. We've started our work in 2012 with some background research on a needs assessment, and then, of course, building our task force in the early days, engaging the Minister of Health, as you can see in the first slide. And then, of course, building up to the consortium, and now we are in what we call our strategic growth phase. Took a lot of eating of jerk chicken in Kingston and buffalo wings in Buffalo to start us off and to get us where we are. But we think we're at a very good place. And I'll try to show how we have brought in other partners to strengthen what we're doing. So we always show this slide because this slide outlines the results of our needs assessment, and also it forms the basis of which we had a tripartite agreement between the University of the West Indies, SUNY through UB, and the Jamaica Ministry of Health. And I mentioned earlier on how we try to bring in the politicians quite early. So on the emerging infectious diseases side, we had actually started this before COVID-19, and we were looking at arboviruses because of our constant wave of arboviruses coming to the Caribbean region. And now there's a raging dengue epidemic. There's a raging dengue epidemic in Jamaica. There's, of course, the whole issue of prostate cancer, hepatic disease, and of course, mental health and behavioral issues. I'm going to use this example. Our first grant from our consortium was this D43 that we landed in 2018 with Morris and Katie Anderson, who is sitting right here. And through that, we had, this is 2018, we did quite a bit of training in arboviruses, hepatitis, and so on. And during this time, the COVID pandemic came up. And the scholars were, of course, the training was interrupted by COVID. We pivoted a lot to answer some COVID questions. And now we have completed the first grant, and we have competed successfully for a 5-year renewal. We have now engaged 2 scholars, and not surprisingly, they are both interested in dengue, and we have some continuing scholars. So one of the capacity building spin-offs of this grant was when COVID arose, we had no sequencing services in Jamaica, and we were sending our samples all the way down to Trinidad, down to Carfa, to have our sequencing done. So when the Ministry of Health thought, let us invest in a sequencing service, the obvious place to bring it was to our program, to our university, to our department, because of the research activity that we're doing there and the activities that we're doing there. You must understand that we're a resource-limited country, so to get this very expensive sequencing service was a big step. Another capacity building opportunity that we took advantage of was the APDC, the Abbott Pandemic Defense Coalition. This was led by my colleague Josh Anzinger, who is an associate prof, and he is a mentor in the GID program. And they're looking at viral surveillance and discovery in Jamaica and across the Caribbean region. One of the great spin-offs of that is that we could use resources from those from that grant to train new postdocs and pre-docs. And we have Jerome Walker, who is looking at the clinical and immunological outcomes of dengue, and Shanice Redmond, who is looking at phylogenetic analysis and whole genome sequencing of dengue from our hospital. So with this program comes, of course, resources such as good equipment, because you can have a D43 and not have the backing equipment and the backing supplies and so on. So this was a big step for us, we think. Tiffany Butterfield, who is PI on a smaller grant, mentored by Alan, who is sitting right here, is now looking at HTLV1 disease, which was a neglected disease after much flurry in the early days. Now, from this, we have successfully landed an administrative supplement, and I'm showing Shrikant's right here, beside Sharon, who is VP from our implementing partner, and we have colleagues from the computer sciences department at the University of the West Indies. Now, this is very important to us because we have to fight to let persons know that these activities that we're doing through this consortium is not just limited to the laboratory-based people, and this was a really good step in building it out. So we're quite happy about that. So this grant looked at how can we migrate surveillance data to the cloud. Shrikant, if I say anything wrong, raise your hand. I know. How can we migrate surveillance data to the cloud so that researchers in virology and elsewhere can ask more in-depth questions as we plan and roll out our research to address the issues that we face across the region. We've also landed another D43 grant, this time looking at building research capacity to study periodontitis and associated systemic comorbidities in the Caribbean. And we have some of the workers here. Patricia is a PI. Paul Brown is a co-PI back home. And Alan Landy is another co-PI on this very important grant as we tackle non-communicable diseases in the region. We also, what I like about this activity is that, for example, there are persons in the dental school at the University of West Indies. It's a young dental school. Professor Santosh and Dr. Theon Jones, they are in a very young dental school. And through this program, we are building capacity in those schools. And I'm pleased that We have also included mentors from the other campuses to let it be known that this is not a UWI Mona initiative. And my boss here will be very pleased that I've included other campuses in this wide footprint of the University of the West Indies. So, 2 minutes, okay. 5-year grant, let me move on. To really entrench what we're doing though, we have a dream which is similar to Child's dream of establishing a global health institute in our Western campus in Montego Bay. We choose Montego Bay because it's easy to get there. You can go to JFK, get a plane right to Montego Bay non-stop. We have a new adult hospital and a new pediatric hospital coming on stream. We have great hotel rooms. We have persons interested in travel tourism. And we have these great sites, good golfing. You can ride your horse on the beach. And then you can sail a yacht. Okay. And like Jean said in this earlier slide, we can move the centerpiece. This centerpiece talks about this SUNY UA Health Research Consortium. But we can take it out and just put in the Global Health Institute. We have to find novel ways of funding this, because up to now we are funding ourselves on in-kind activities and grants. And as every speaker said before, how do you sustain after the grants end? And we are looking at a way of like Chaitza, incorporating business, incorporating novel approaches such as health tourism in Montego Bay to sustain our center. So we have had discussions with companies looking at different things, air sterilization, decarbonization, lab diagnosis, but we're in the early stages. But this, ladies and gentlemen, if you weren't listening before, is how we intend to really entrench the gains that we have made and to make them sustainable through this Global Health Institute. Thank you very much. I hope I didn't go over time.
Are there any questions for John? It's similar to what's going on in Zimbabwe. They've really created quite something. It's worth mentioning that the initial GID came out of the SUNY GHI collaboration. Right?
Yes.
We would not have known what's going on at Upstate if we hadn't started talking.
Indeed.
So, okay, wonderful, John. Thank you. Thank you. The next speaker is going to be online similarly. It is Sibom Mukumbi, who's chair of the Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology at the University Eduardo Mondlane in Mozambique, and he collaborates closely with Dr. Sierra Washington at SUNY Stony Brook. So I see Dr. Mukumbi on, and so Dr. Mukumbi, you're ready. We're ready to start. Thank you very much.
Okay, first, I would like to thank you for the invitation and the opportunity to participate in this important symposium. I'm presenting on behalf of the ObGyn department team at Eduardo Mondlane University and Central Hospital, Maputo Central Hospital, and our Stony Brook medicine partners, with special mention of Dr. Washington, who is leading this program. So a memorandum of understanding was signed 2 years ago between the State University of New York at Stony Brook and Eduardo Mondlane University, with the intent to pursue a mutually beneficial relationship to advance cross-border cooperation in clinical education, training, research, care, and other collaboration activities. So the following areas, among others, have been explored for cooperation: the development of clinical programs, courses, and training, the exchange of clinical faculty and staff for the purpose of clinical teaching, training, and patient care support, exchange of medical residents for the purpose of clinical and didactic education and training, reciprocal assistance for visiting clinical faculty, staff, and residents, coordination of activities such as joint research, education, training, and quality improvement projects, and also application for management administration of sponsored research awards and grants. So The Maputo Central Hospital is the largest and oldest teaching hospital in Mozambique, adjacent to the largest and oldest medical school at Eduardo Mondlane University. We have 1,500 beds, and it's the national reference center located in the capital city of Mozambique, Maputo. And it's also the cornerstone hospital of the Mozambique National Health System and serves a population of approximately 3 million persons within Maputo and surrounding catchment areas. It's the only public hospital in the country equipped to handle high-level advanced surgery, the only public hospital with an ICU and with a comprehensive oncologic unit, so serving as the principal reference center for the entire country. It houses the largest surgical residences and the only emergency medicine residency. Okay, so the Department of Gynecology and Obstetrics operates in independent four-story building within the Maputo Central Hospital premise and has outpatient services, an emergency gynecology service, a delivery room, 4 inpatient service, an intermediate care unit, and operating theater with 4 operating rooms. The delivery rooms attends on average 10,000 screening consultation and 8,000 deliveries per year. In terms of staff, the department has 48 doctors, of which 19 are specialists and 29 are residents, and 180 nurses, in addition to internal pharmacy staff, service assistants, and administrative staff. So the collaboration in Mozambique started in 3 departments: the OB/GYN department, emergency medicine, and surgery. We are now planting seeds for success. So in this next part of the presentation, I will summarize what seeds we planted and what progress we made in each of these 3 overlapping domains. So to understand the context, there are 7 OB/GYN training programs in Mozambique, each with 6 years of duration. Actually, 56 residents are enrolled. The Maputo Central Hospital received trainees from all 6 programs for rotation in areas not available in the other hospitals, like minimum invasive surgery and oncology. So residence training in Mozambique has primarily been an apprenticeship model of training with no standardized didactic or simulation curriculum. And evaluation of residents are competency-based and by national case minimums. So we developed in our collaboration a new way of learning. We implemented a didactic curriculum that includes core topics in OB/GYN given by local and Stony Brook medicine faculty, and a simulation curriculum that focuses on life-saving techniques in obstetrics. So these are some examples of the simulation done: how to tie surgical knots, management of postpartum hemorrhage, manual aspiration, insertion of IUD, and how to repair a 4-degree tear. Also, helping baby breathe simulation. Sorry, I have problems with the slides. They're not following. So these are another examples of breech delivery simulation, ACLS SIMS, surgical scrubbing simulation, and laparoscopy. So some key collaborators in Stony Brook Medicine have made global collaboration possible in the digital age with virtual participation in Stony Brook Ground Round, Obstetric Conference, Ultrasound Conference, and Gyne Ultrasound Conference. We got also a 3-year subscription to My Tip Report donated, and we all personalized at Central Hospital. And also we created a digital platform for the case collection of our residents. On the other side, 5 Mozambican residents were sent to Stony Brook for a clinical rotation. So improving quality of care, when we look to the 5 elements of health system, we are lucky at Maputo Central Hospital to have adequate staffing levels and space for attending our patient in a respectful and clean environment. So our efforts are now focused on staff, skills, and system strengthening. So we received a donation of equipment from Stony Brook, donation of laparoscopy equipment, and support acquisition of new skills. We also received dilatation and aspiration equipment, vaginal hysterectomy tray, butterfly ultrasound, and sonosite ultrasound. So also other stuff like Kiwi vacuums, 4 CTG machines, blood pressure cuffs, facet and water heaters in the OR, and also MRQ machines and tests. So we also received open and unused equipment from Stony Brook to the Central Hospital. So concerning skill acquisition, through visiting Stony Brook faculty, we have trained 1 specialist to competency in laparoscopy, and we are working on 2 more specialists. Visiting faculty are also providing bedside teaching and shoulder-to-shoulder teaching at labor ward, teaching on evidence-based management of labor and how to care for the sickest patient and save life. Visiting faculty also came to introduce vacuum delivery with the Kiwi vacuum. We trained also 2 specialists to competency in advanced urogynec procedures, and now they are operating independently. And we trained 2 specialists to competency in new ways to minimize blood loss during myomectomy. All junior residents are also trained in mini laparotomy techniques instead of planning still for ectopic pregnancy. Regarding the system strengthening, we have worked to create a system to evaluate and approve evidence-based clinical protocol in the department to standardize care. So actually we have 16 protocols already implemented. Based on the experience of our residents who went to Stony Brook, we introduced it in the labor ward a multidisciplinary sign-out, a labor board, and nursing and resident bed assignments. Another resident also who came to Stony Brook implemented introduction of cesarean section levels and respective management. So we talked about education and care, and now I will talk about research. We completed the study about availability of medication abortion in pharmacies in Maputo, and we also completed the survey of resident satisfaction with simulation, which was presented at the last FIGO Congress. We completed the study to evaluate COVID and HIV co-infection and its impact on vertical transmission. And we have 2 studies submitted, one for a randomized clinical trial on cervical preparation before dilatation and evacuation, and another one to evaluate the use of butterfly, so it's portable ultrasound, versus sonosite, fixed ultrasound for limited obstetric ultrasound. So as future directions, we hopefully, by building strong relationships, building skills, infrastructure for funding and research, we can grow and reap mutually beneficial results across the 3 domains. So we are going to sustain our work in women's health and grow into emergency medicine, anesthesia, and surgery. One of the objectives is to build a safe surgery ecosystem, and we want to help support a safe surgery ecosystem and various specialties that are required to create that ecosystem. So for emergency medicine, this is the small number of new emergency medicine specialist physicians in Mozambique, which is a new field. And residents will be sent from Mozambique to Stony Brook in this academic year and the next one. We are also planning to start the collaboration in anesthesia. So we are planning to recruit global anesthesia faculty for Mozambique and partner with anesthesia department and ICU. And finally, we are also planning to start the collaboration with the surgery department, which will be a program led by Dr. Melanie Hughes to partner with the surgery department at Maputo Central Hospital. So thank you for listening, and I'm open for questions.
Thank you so much. Does Dr. Washington, is she able to speak? And if so, does she want to say something?
Yes, Dr. Washington, did you want to say, we have about three or four more minutes. Did you want to say something?
No, we're just available for questions if.
Oh, okay. All right, thanks.
Wonderful, thank you. Are there any specific questions about it for our colleagues in Mozambique? I just have a question, obviously. Who had the question? No, you go ahead.
Are you considering submitting an NIH grant since you have a lot of on-the-ground activity and preliminary data?
That was my question too, G.
We have actually submitted for NIH funding and we're not scored. Of course, it's on our horizon, on our to-do list, but so far we've been more successful with industry grants and foundation grants.
Have some discussions. I know, for example, at UB, they have a simulation center that might be able to be engaged with some of the things you were showing and a lot of the informatics aspects, like you were talking about accessing a national viral load registry. So we'd be happy just to discuss and give some thoughts as you pursue a resubmission.
Yeah, and not scored doesn't mean you're not fundable. So just remember that on the first submission, because, yeah, read the review comments and, yeah, go from there.
Right. Thanks for those comments, Deb. Okay, well, a lot of support here should you guys want to move forward. So do let us know. Thanks. Next talk will be Dr. Kostya Dumchev from Ukraine. Many of you remember that, those of you that were here in April of 2022, remember that it was just a couple of days, 2 months, I believe, after the invasion. And so today he's going to speak a little bit about what's happened since then, talk a little about the HIV epidemic and the implications for the war, and then briefly speak about our newly funded D43 in Ukraine, which I think we're all quite excited about starting up. So Kostya, I see you there. Hopefully things are quiet and we see your slides. So the floor is yours, Kostya.
So thank you, everyone. This is a very pleasure to present at this meeting again, and I will now go on to my presentation. So I will speak a little bit about Ukraine, the HIV situation and situation overall in our research agenda. So I will start with a bit with small overview of our epidemic. So here you see the kind of the whole history of the epidemic according to the spectrum model, and you see it started in the 90s, peaked in the late 90s, and then now the number of new cases is slowly declining, but of course not as slow as we would like them to. And the number of people living with HIV is increasing steadily, also due to increased survival due to treatment, but also because the new cases continue to emerge. So this is the breakdown of new cases by the modes of transmission, and this is like also telling a story of our epidemic, which was initially due to injecting drug use, then heterosexual transmission started prevailing, but then in the late years also injecting drug use seemed to be on the rise. The change you see in 2022 is hard to interpret because it was already the first year of the war, and case registration went down. The number of cases number of tests went down, and number of registered cases went down. So epidemiologically, it's hard to interpret. Here we can see that HIV treatment cascade as of the end of, well, top right is the end of 2022, and the country was slowly getting to reach the 90-90-90 targets, although the number of people not on treatment was pretty significant, and we were working on it. But the improvement was pretty impressive, like among the key populations, specifically PWADs, you see bottom left, the increase in ART was quite impressive. And overall, it's to the right. So I mean, there was some pretty good progress. During the COVID pandemic, you now see the results of our first supplement to the D43 grant, the previous cycle of it. So we had a supplement to study the dynamics of the COVID pandemic and HIV services during the pandemic. So it's a lot of, again, a lot of interesting findings. So the main story is that, first of all, HIV services, meaning testing, treatment, were not really correlated with the number of COVID cases, but they were correlated with the lockdowns. So we saw a significant drop in the number of cases detected, the number of tests, and as a result, the reduction in new ART patients. The right part of the slide shows testing and ART patients. ART patients is yellow line. So, and not expectedly, and we were sort of looking for the reasons. The number of new patients and tests went down during the first lockdown, but it didn't really go back. So we, we're trying to investigate that in the qualitative part of the study. And it will be also interesting to see what is happening now. And we haven't collected data yet, but we will. And those were the good old COVID times, as we now remember them. But then the war started, and I will not speak about all the atrocities. It's been almost 2 years now, 2 years now, and people continue to die in big numbers, as so did the woman on the photo you see here. There is a documentary by France Press, if you're interested, about the disaster in that maternity hospital. So it is, very challenging times for us. The war has gone through, a number of different stages or phases. Now we seem to getting into like a war of attrition, and the resources are kind of not our strongest side. But we hope to survive. But it's hard to tell how long it will last. So, but we do our best to continue what we have to do. Yeah, I will talk a bit. The map shows the migration of patients receiving opioid agonist treatment. I will talk about that a bit later. So the impact of the war on HIV was, of course, significant in terms of disruptions of services. You see the table to the right, it shows comparison of 2022 to 2021. And there was, quite a significant reduction in the number of people tested, the detected cases. But, with this slowly, the number of people living with HIV diagnosed, it increased because, there still were some cases detected. And but the number of people on ART has gone down by almost 7%. Partially, it may be explained by the migration. I mean, a lot of Ukrainians had to leave Ukraine and go to other countries. Their houses were destroyed, and because of general insecurity. And we estimate that there are like 5,000 people living with HIV are still abroad, mostly like in Eastern Central Europe. So this partially explains the reduction, but not completely. So that there are some significant disruptions in the services, and we hope to be able to find out the reasons and resume care for these people. Mental health is, of course, becoming a big issue. I mean, it was it's almost neglected problem before the war, but now it's more in the focus of attention. And because it is becoming a big problem. We did several surveys. We have done a survey in 2021 among people injecting drugs, and then in 2022. We didn't see much of an increase in the prevalence of mental disorders. Maybe it was quite an opposite, unexpectedly. Although the samples could not be compared directly, that these were not the same people. But that might be just like an interesting phenomenon, because during the initial phase of the war, there was like like internal mobilization for most of people who stayed in Ukraine, and because we had to continue our work and continue fighting. So there was like not very much of like problem in mental health, but now it may change. So we need to continue study this and provide more services. Just 2 slides about opioid agonist treatment. This was one of my personal and our institution research focuses. There is a national strategy which sets quite ambitious goals. You see in the blue bars, how we expect or we plan the number of patients to increase by 2030, and we were quite catching up with the plans quite well before the war. As you can see, like even in 2022, the number of patients was more than we even planned, and there is quite an interesting story about how this program adapted during the initial phase of the war and the first year of the war. The references to the bottom. We published this paper, and I've just recently found out it was the editor's choice of the month. So it's quite interesting. So the main story is that the programs managed to implement some adjustments, and there were some emergency policies implemented. Therefore, the initial reduction of the number of patients, which you can see on the bar chart to the bottom, it was, of course, some patients were dropped out, but then it was quickly fixed, and the number of patients continued to increase. Okay, so now to the current plans. We are now finishing 3 small grants with our trainees who have completed their training at Albany School of Public Health, and they're almost, two papers are almost published, and one is will soon be submitted. Then the COVID supplement, which I already mentioned, there was a delay with sort of data analysis publication, but we finished the analysis and hope to publish it soon. Then, besides the Fogarty-funded D43s and supplements, we have a pretty big NIDA R01 about depression treatment, which is nearing completion. Then R43, R34 with on data to care for people living with HIV, and then another interesting project on hepatitis C treatment. Our nearest plans include like additional research on mental health, on OAT scale up, and then of course we do investigate the impact of the war and plan to apply for some more NIH funding. And now one slide about the new supplement that we are now starting together with Professor Deborah Gustafsson, who I believe is in the audience. And thanks to her expertise, we were able to get that supplement. And basically it's about people living with HIV and aging. So how, as you well know, the HIV epidemic is becoming older, and the average age is becoming higher. So It's very natural to study all non-communicable diseases that are prevalent in that population, and how that affects physical functioning, performance, and also HIV outcomes. So this project is now kind of in active development. I think this is it. So these are our acknowledgements, and I'm ready for questions.
Great. Thanks so much, Kostya. It's sort of amazing what you've done under the circumstances. We do have a few minutes for questions. So just curious if there's anything in the audience, anyone has a question? Alan, does that mean you have a question?
I think it's a more general question, which I haven't seen much, is creating through all these great networks, biorepositories of samples. I don't know if there are sort of individual bio or common biorepositories and linked data repositories. I've been seeing a number of the common themes of HIV and aging, which we're very interested in across the sites. And I'm wondering then, would biosamples be available to ask both locally or more at central labs to be able to do? And I realize a lot of the issues in Ukraine, but having just heard your supplement with Deborah, if there are those kinds of samples available, or for all the other groups that discussed today. Thank you.
Well, I may not be the best person to answer that question. I'm haven't really worked with the data or sample repositories. Maybe Deborah can answer. But we do plan to collect biological samples and to analyze them locally for this grant. But previously in other studies, we've done an HPTN study with 7.4, and then that one we were shipping samples to the States, a lot of them, so that worked. But for the current grants, there are no such plans.
Deb, did you want to add something?
No, we'll do clinical chemistries in relationship to the current supplement. But remember, these are one-year supplements to
Right.
D43s. So the funding is low. So we can do what we can.
Maybe it's aspirational, Alan.
Yeah.
Something maybe we can talk about. Okay. Well, Kostya, thank you very much. Appreciate all the work you're doing under the circumstances that you're working. I made sure they gave no food that would make us sleepy, because for our next speaker. Rachel Sturck is our next speaker, who's currently acting deputy director at the center. It's no secret that the Fogarty Center is really behind a lot of what you've seen today. And it's been a great platform to get initial funding, then move on to other centers and institutes, which I think is the whole point of Fogarty, right? Or a point of it. And so today she's going to speak about NIH Fogarty Global Health Priorities, something that I'm sure we're all interested in, and maybe a little bit about implementation science. So Rachel, welcome to New York City.
So just to say, please interrupt me with questions. I'm very happy to take them as I go through my presentation. So I am currently the acting deputy director of Fogarty. I've been at Fogarty since 2006, which is quite a long time. My background is in reproductive health and gender related to HIV, but I'm very disease agnostic, having been at Fogarty for such a long time. So, and my sort of technical expertise over time has become in the area of implementation science. So that's a sort of a passion for me. But I'm going to talk briefly about NIH and global health research, Fogarty programs related to capacity building, and then emerging priorities that we see in global health research, and then a tiny bit of a deep dive into implementation science. So some of this is like obvious to all of you, but the NIH is really thought of as a steward of medical and behavioral research. The science is in the pursuit of fundamental knowledge. and the application of that knowledge. We are made up of 27 institutes and centers. Fogarty is a tiny center. Though we just had our first meeting with the new NIH director, who said, let's not talk about small institutes and big institutes, but everything at NIH is big. So she's on a mission to not sort of talk about sort of minimal funding, which is, you'll see here, the NIH budget by institute and center in fiscal year 2022 is here. It's $45 billion. Fogarty is the smallest center, and we have an $87 million budget. Again, though, we leverage partnership from many of the other parts of NIH, and so we sort of have a bigger footprint than is as our budget would represent. Just importantly, when Collins was director of NIH, he highlighted global health as a top priority, which was meaningful, very meaningful to Fogarty and meaningful to the initiatives that surround NIH's global health investments. So why pursue global health research? I think all of you know this already, but there are unique populations and disease presentations. Genetics are different in different populations. There's unusual exposures. Frugal sort of novel technologies in mobile health can be sort of more obvious in smaller populations. So in general, there's a lot of impetus for investing in global health research, but we need new tools to reach our global health goals. One example of sort of how we've sort of taken global health sort of and leveraged unique populations is that a Fogarty trainee studied Colombian family clues for preventing Alzheimer's disease. It was the largest known family with an inherited early onset form of Alzheimer's, and we were able to identify biomarkers, et cetera. And so the quote is that there's no doubt in my mind the clinical trial wouldn't have happened if it weren't for Fogarty getting in there and building capacity. And again, this is just to say that global health sort of has impact on US populations as well. I just want to note the fact that World Report maps directly funded grants and indirectly funded collaborations from NIH and from other funders. So we're able to see where there's overlap. And I think one of the challenges with global health is figuring out how to synergize investments and synergize initiatives. And so the Global World Report is intended to help us understand who's where in the landscape. Here is a map of the number of foreign NIH records in World Report per country. So you see that there's a lot of investment in other countries in terms of global health. This is a graph of the number of foreign NIH-funded records in World Report. And so you can see that NIAID has the highest number, which is not surprising, and Fogarty is down there on number 7. But every grant making institute and center supports global health research, which is important to know. And that has changed over the last 10 years for sure. We did a recent-ish analysis of co-author country affiliations in international collaborative research. And it found that 35% of all NIH-funded publications in 2017 had a non-US affiliated co-authors. And so I think we are planning to update this analysis, but this just speaks to the fact that there are global authors in global health relevant publications around the world. So the Fogarty mission is to address global health challenges through innovative and collaborative programs for research and research training, and to support and advance the NIH mission through global partnerships. And so we were named by Rhode Island Congressman Johnny Fogarty, and have been carrying on our work since then. And one of our sort of anchor for building research workforce is around developing leaders in the field of global health. And it includes developing well-trained individuals, creating space for protected time to conduct research in LMICs, making sure that there's opportunity for mentorship from US investigators with experience working in LMIC settings and from LMIC investigators. And we have many mechanisms that that work across the trajectory here. We have trained over 6,000 scientists worldwide and have supported 400 plus research and research training projects. And I think importantly, we have engaged in multidisciplinary programs focused on infectious diseases, chronic diseases, informatics, implementation science, brain disorders. Essentially, the bottom line is that we are disease agnostic, and so we have a very broad reach in terms of our area of focus. So some important select individual training opportunities from Fogarty include the Global Health Fellows and Scholars program, which trains students and postdoctoral fellows from US and LMICs to apply for a 12-month training opportunity. The IRSDA, which is the International Research Scientist Development Award, up to 5 years of mentored support for postdoctoral US and research scientists. And then the Emerging Global Leader Award, which is up to 5 years of mentored support and protected research time for LMIC research scientists. We've done some work to look at first author affiliation in Fogarty-funded publications. Here we found that there were first authors with a Sub-Saharan Africa affiliation increased from 53 or 47% in 2008 to 63% in 2020. And the point here is that we're trying to build sustainable research capacity in country. And so one of the like indications of that is authorship. And so we're seeing that that's increasing. And importantly, Roger Glass authored an opinion by a piece that talked about decolonizing and democratizing global health, which is a complicated issue. So we are definitely prioritizing equity and decolonization of global health. I think one of the things that we've been able to understand is that building global health research capacity helps us address research imperatives like COVID-19. And this has been published by Peter Kilmarks and Roger Glass as well. But we know that that there's a huge issue around capacity to respond to pandemic preparedness. So again, there are key challenges and opportunities in global health research that include issues related to COVID-19, but there are also priority areas for future research, which include One Health, which is the interconnectedness between humans, animals, plants, and the environment, planetary health or climate health, which really looks at climate change, implementation research, which relates to the promoting uptake of evidence-based interventions and priorities into routine healthcare and public health settings. In 2022, the Senate budget called for an additional $100 million for NIH research on global climate change and health. It was removed from the final budget, but we're continuing to think that this is a clear priority. There's also a lot of funding around advanced research projects, or ARPA-H, for a program that would drive transmorphational innovation in health research and and basically speeding the implementation of health breakthroughs. So I'm going to move here. I guess I'll ask if there are any questions on general NIH priorities. Yes, please.
Speaking about decolonization, one of the fundamental challenges many of us have in terms of developing centers abroad is the 8% overhead rule. And just wondering if there's ever, I know we all have limited budgets, et cetera, but obviously that speaks to that a lot, obviously. Just wondering if you have any thoughts on that and whether anybody's had any conversations about looking at it.
There's definitely conversation about that cap.
Uh-huh.
And it's in process.
Okay.
But definitely it's
been recognized as an issue.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Thank you for very insightful comments. I wonder, because of in a post-COVID era, we're all interested in pandemic preparedness, the One Health, is there going to be any specific initiatives coming out of Fogarty to think about? I mean, you have the global infectious diseases, non-communicable diseases, and HIV D43s. Are you looking at areas which, as you point out, on climate change, there was just the recent P20 grants that were issued, but I'm wondering, what is Fogarty thinking in the future in these newer areas of climate change, One Health, pandemic preparedness? Would there be opportunities, given the location of the Fogarty sites already, that these would be the prime areas of a new emerging pathogen to actually fund some of these directed opportunities there to allow us to perhaps identify the pathogen before it becomes a pandemic? Thank you.
Such a good question. There is not I don't have a specific answer for you, but I think there's a lot of dialogue about pandemic preparedness and the One Health sites and how there's not a specific plan at this moment. Yeah.
Thank you for your presentation so far. I'm just curious, as relates to climate change and health, from a global perspective, I know the P20 grants were just submitted. Are there particular regions or countries that are higher priority for you as relates to climate and health? Is there any way you can dig a little deeper into those priorities and share something with us?
Not really.
No.
Sorry. I mean, I think for Fogarty, it's low and middle income countries. So it's those countries, which is not the agenda of NIH writ large. And no
regional
until
sort of
we come out with a
Thank
funding
you.
announcement. Sorry. Any other questions? Yeah.
Hi, thank you for that great talk, by the way. I'm wondering if you could explain how Fogarty interfaces with the CDC.
We do. We're not required to. So we don't have like a structured interaction with them. and we do the best we can on kind of disease-specific challenges to be aligned as a USG, but it's not a requirement, and it's not well-oiled, if that's helpful. I don't know if you have a specific question.
No, the implication was that the missions are somewhat aligned and could be synergistic. I have an appointment at the CDC in addition to the university. And I was listening to your agenda, and it sounded like things that the CDC also cares about. And I thought perhaps there might be ways to extend programs through joint sponsorship.
Yep. I think we, yes and yes. We don't do a great job of coordinating, but we do on specific disease or global health challenges. From the Fogarty perspective, we do connect where it's meaningful.
Am I getting from your intonation, though, that you would like to?
Say it again.
Am I getting from your intonation that you would like to interface with the CDC more?
I mean, I think so, but we do as best we can. Yeah.
I can comment a little bit. First of all, there is life in seeds.
Yep.
So, and on an individual level, I know that many of the people use their local hospital aligned to so we certainly
So I'm going to move us to a little bit of a focus on implementation science, which is my sort of passion. So many of you probably know it's the study of methods to promote the adoption and integration of evidence-based practices, interventions, and policies into routine healthcare. The origins of implementation science are widespread, but I think we understand that the research to practice gap in healthcare is too broad, and that we need to figure out how to bring scientific evidence to bear on policy and practice, sooner than 17 years. So Fogarty has included implementation science in their strategic plan since 2012. And I think what's meaningful about our approach to implementation science is that we are really focused on catalyzing interaction between researchers, policymakers, and program implementers at a basic level, really to promote uptake of evidence into global health policy and practice. And really the idea is that implementation science has limited impact without utilization of evidence, and that optimal uptake of evidence requires collaboration, communication, and relationship building. And that's sort of what our novel approach to the science has become. So we've developed an approach at Fogarty that is focused on implementation science networks, where we are aiming to facilitate dialogue between researchers, implementers, and decision makers in order to enhance communication, collaboration between these communities, and in equally in part to ensure that future research is responsive to the local context, as well as to make sure that locally relevant questions are answered by researchers. And then for Fogarty, we're interested in thinking together about the emergent implementation science agenda. We have examples of these networks across the board, which I think is important because the point is it's sort of agnostic of the global health challenge. So we've done it with respect to brain disorders, clean cooking, adolescent HIV, and PMTCT. And what's important to note about our approach to implementation science is that it requires a multi-sectoral partnership approach. There are important theories, models, and frameworks, and I think one of the things that we found in the global context is that these theories, models, and frameworks are perhaps developed in high-income countries and need to be adapted or re-authored from low-income countries. And so the question, I think, is an important one out there is sort of how do we develop the science of implementation science in low-income countries? And then just to say that this is an interesting diagram from Megan Lane Fall. And what we care about is the fact that we're able to study effectiveness alongside implementation outcomes. And I think that's an important development in the field. So we have important funding announcements at NIH. This is the David Chambers is the PI for the Trans NIH Implementation Science funding announcement, which there is an R01, R03, and R21. And then there's the annual conference on dissemination and implementation science, which is a good place for people to disseminate their learning on the topic. And then there's open access resources for implementation science training on the TIDRC website. So in summary, I think I would just say that NIH is strongly engaged, obviously, and supportive of global health broadly. Obviously, Fogarty is, and including implementation science. We are thinking a lot about equitable global health partnerships, and there are many diverse priorities. So here you can connect with Fogarty, but I'm happy to take questions.
So we've tried to develop a couple of implementation science-oriented D43s, and the question always comes up is, what is the basic training behind implementation science? In other words, what are the key components? Obviously, of course, there's mixed methods studies, but in your own mind, what are the sort of important components to consider for someone to get advanced training or even basic training in order to conduct such studies?
So interesting, because I think the sort of consensus is that we don't have a consensus on the core components.
What about your opinion? Yes.
And I think that's part of the problem with the field. I think it's interesting because, like, University of Washington has like a set of methodologies, and then so I think I wouldn't want to say that I know what the core components should be, but I do think as a collective we should come together and agree on what those are. Because I think it's a field like epidemiology that we should be sort of approaching it as a methodological set of skills.
Well, I think that's reassuring. Only because, yes, yeah, on a certain level, absolutely, because it's one does look for it, and it's hard to find sometimes.
Yeah.
Great. So now we're going to go into the various institutions, and since SUNY Downstate's funding some of this, I thought we'd start with SUNY Downstate. And you'll hear next from Deb Gustafson, whose name you've heard several times today, and who's really helped us move forward with the NCD agenda in many of our Fogarty programs. Deb.
So now you'll hear my definition of implementation science. as soon as my slides come up. But what we've, no, I'll keep talking. Actually, not just focus on classroom training, but also to get early stage investigators into the field, doing pilot studies, collecting data, analyzing data, et cetera. And that's been our focus related to 4 successful supplemental grants related to the intersection among HIV NCDs, or non-communicable diseases, and aging. So, where we chose to focus, from those of you who are familiar with the aging HIV, epidemic or situation in the US, is that we're very concerned about cardiovascular morbidity. And we're also concerned about mental health morbidity related to people aging with HIV infection. And so we chose to grapple with those particular themes, focusing on cardiovascular disease as well as brain health outcomes such as cognition and mental health. And this reflects, if you're familiar with the Lancet Commission, they published in 2017 the 9 factors that were related to dementia risk and or prevention globally. If you look at these in 2017, 9 factors, the majority were related to vascular health, right? So it's hypertension, obesity, diabetes, physical inactivity, smoking, and then of course mental health, such as depression. And then in 2020, there were 3 new factors added related to alcohol, head injury, and air pollution. But I mean, when we're thinking about LMICs and understanding globally what's going to contribute to aging brain health, these particular factors are extremely important for us to consider as we're moving forward in this field. So we're building off of the New York State International Training and Research Program, which you've heard a lot about today, related to particularly projects in Ukraine, Georgia, and Kazakhstan. The map, which you've all seen already today to know where these countries exist, I will not dwell there. But one of the things I wanted to accentuate related to the Eastern European and Central Asia region is that if we look at global efforts related to brain aging, whether it be the Alzheimer's Disease Neuroimaging Initiative, or ADNI, or the Worldwide Fingers, which is a dementia prevention initiative, or if we look at something like the C40 Cities Consortia, which was just created a couple of years ago related to climate change, there's a dearth of information and or participation from people in the Eastern Europe and Central Asia region. So that's a huge deficit in our knowledge of global health related to late life outcomes as well as late life brain health outcomes. So one of the things that we've been focused on moving forward is in 2022 to 2023, as you heard from Amuka this morning, is we were funded for 2 supplements, 2 D43 training grants related to both cardiovascular disease outcomes as well as brain aging outcomes. And so Mamuka presented this morning on the fact that in Georgia, they've collected data on 123 people living with HIV who are age 40 years and older. In the country of Georgia, we ended up actually having to, originally, we were going to recruit into Tbilisi only, and we couldn't get enough participants. We had to expand. We had a great early stage investigator who traveled all over the country, such that we had eventually 4 clinical research sites in Georgia collecting this information. And this is extremely valuable information. The reason why I say that, it was, we put our hat on at the onset on the MoCA, which is the Montreal Cognitive Assessment for understanding brain health, right, or cognition. It's not performing well. So the thing is that because we have these additional measures of neuropsychological performance in Georgia, we can compare those and contrast those with the outcomes that we're seeing via the MoCA. So this is going to be a very, very important study related to understanding how we do neuropsychological performance assessments in these areas of the world where we don't know so much. So we did an extensive cognitive battery in Georgia. We also did some other, we did sociodemographic measurements. We did other vascular measurements, and those are listed here. We also did a similar protocol in Kazakhstan in Almaty. This was completely only conducted via the Almaty AIDS Center. We did not do as many cognitive assessments. However, we did do the MOCA there, and it's also not performing similarly, not as well. So we've got some issues here that are coming up in the research literature that we need to address, which are very, very important in relationship to brain aging moving forward. And so we have some degree of comparable data sets between Kazakhstan and Georgia, and some things that are a little bit different. The cardiovascular disease focus was a bit more in Kazakhstan, so we have pro-BNP levels, which were not measured in Georgia. This is a very important cardiovascular disease risk, blood-based biomarker. I wanted to share a little bit today about what our process was. You know, you get these D43 supplements, right? They're 1 year. What do? It's a lot of work to do in 1 year. Here's what we did. So we were funded in like fall of 2022. We luckily, you know, given the D43 that Dr. Dohovitz had, we were able to meet and assemble in Tbilisi all together, those from Kazakhstan and those from us, from US and from those in Georgia. We met and we did a multiple day, you know, decision kind of making process related to what inventories are we going to use, or how are we going to assess depressive symptoms in Kazakhstan? How are we going to assess depressive symptoms in Georgia? How can we bring all these things together? So we actually created a protocol and a method of operation, a move, which we called it in the MWCCS space. And so that early fall meeting in 2022 was very, very important. We, again, we were all together in Tbilisi, and then I went on to Almaty and met with the team in Almaty. So that was very important. So we were funded in the fall. We got the protocol into the field in around January, February 2023, where we had, you know, the development of data collection forms, translation. Databases were not comparable, so we used COBA in Kazakhstan, we used REDCap in Georgia. That's just how it rolled out, and IRB approval was attained. We've been collecting data until September. We had 2 poster presentations at VASCOG 2023, which is a vascular cognitive impairments meeting in Sweden, which was great. So 1 ESI, or early stage investigator from Georgia, 1 early stage investigator from Kazakhstan actually presented posters at this meeting. And today we're drafting manuscripts. So this, I don't mean to like, this is like, it was intense. That's all I'm gonna say, right? Because it was really an intense 1-year process to be able to get the protocol up and running, going in the field, collect the data and do it. So I don't mean to make light of this, because the 12-month period for this is actually, you know, in some sectors, it wouldn't actually happen. So now what's happened in 2023 to 2024 is that we've gone forward with a couple of new supplemental applications that have been funded, 1 in the Ukraine, and again, 1 in the Kazakhstan, where we're, 2 minutes, I got it, where we're focusing on physical performance. And the goal here is that in Kazakhstan, because we already have preliminary data based on the 2022 pilot, 2023 pilot, we can build on that, add the physical performance measures such that we'll have within at least a 12-month period, you know, we'll have the measures available to be able to look at associations. And then, of course, in Ukraine, it's the first time ever. So the goal is to have common HIV aging and CVD risk assessments in this region, to allow for longitudinal and or interventional follow-up studies, which has been recommendation from our colleagues in both, in all countries. And then I promised to share, there are other global activities happening at Downstate. This is from one of our faculty in the School of Public Health who wanted me to share these particular references. And then, of course, I'm involved in other global, you know, cerebrovascular disease and or dementia initiatives related to this in LMIC. So that's where we are. Thank you.
Next, We have a new faculty member joining us at SUNY Downstate. Ashley Grosso is coming to us eventually from Rutgers, where she's an assistant professor at Urban Global Public Health and a member of the Institute for Healthcare Policy and Aging Research. And today she's going to discuss her global health research in sub-Saharan Africa.
Thank you. So I'm new to SUNY and really welcome any collaboration and questions. My global research is primarily focused on groups that are considered key populations at higher risk for HIV acquisition and transmission, including sex workers and men who have sex with men. I work mainly in sub-Saharan Africa, the region with the highest HIV prevalence in the world. And I'm interested in studying young key populations, especially those under the age of 18. Demographically, Africa has a large population of youth, and HIV is the leading cause of death among adolescents in the region. Also, many risk behaviors, such as having sex and using drugs, begin during adolescence. But as I'll show, there are challenges in conducting research with underage key populations and developing appropriate programs and services for them that I'm working to overcome. In research with adult key populations, I've used retrospective questions about the age at which participants began engaging in particular behaviors. So these data were collected over about 5 years, from 2013 to 2018 in Burkina Faso, Cameroon, Cote d'Ivoire, Eswatini, Lesotho, Rwanda, Senegal, and Togo. Out of more than 7,000 adult men who have sex with men who participated in these studies, about 40% had sex with a man before the age of 18. And this ranged by country from 34% to as high as 58%, as shown in this chart. So hypothetically, if we had tried to recruit these men into our studies before the age of 18, we would have needed parental consent for their participation in research in many settings. And one barrier to parental consent is disclosure of sexual orientation or practices. Among the adult men who have sex with men in our studies, whose age at first sex was under 18, only about half said that any member of their family knew about their sexual orientation. In some of the surveys, we asked whether they told their family this or whether they found out in some other way. And about a third of the men said that at least one family member found out without telling them directly, and about 1/4 voluntarily disclosed. In Rwanda, we asked how old they were when they told their family, and only 12% came out to their family when they were under the age of 18. Disclosure to parents specifically was much lower. Only 8% had told at least one parent, and they were more likely to tell their mothers than their fathers, 7% versus 4%. And only about 3% told both parents. So again, since their parents didn't know about their sexual orientation, they probably couldn't have gotten parental consent to participate in research or to receive some health services targeted toward MSM. Stigma and violence are also potential barriers to getting parental consent for research participation. Over 1/4 of participants whose age at first sex was under 18 reported that their family members knew about their sexual orientation and gossiped about them because of it. And more than 10% had been excluded from family gatherings due to their sexual orientation. We also found that 9% had experienced physical abuse and 8% sexual abuse from a family member. So lack of disclosure and facing stigma and violence from family can all present barriers to participation in research with parental consent. Now, among sex workers, anyone under the age of 18 who sells sex is considered trafficked or commercially sexually exploited, regardless of whether they're doing so voluntarily or involuntarily. They're not old enough to consent to sex work. So I'll use the term sex workers when I talk about adults, but other terms such as minors who sell sex when I talk about youth. And this bar chart shows the proportion of adult female sex workers who started selling sex before the age of 18 in 16 countries. The pooled prevalence is about 19%, but it varies by country, ranging from as high as 48% in Ethiopia, starting while underage, to as low as 10% in Zimbabwe. And most of these results are from my own studies, but 6 are from other researchers, so I have some hope that I'm not the only one who cares about measuring this. These are from publicly available data from population-based studies that Columbia has led. And the bar charts here show that the adolescents in blue and the adults in gray. So when pooling all of these countries listed, about 1.8% of 15 to 17-year-olds who were included in the survey said that they ever sold sex for money, about 221 participants in total. So put another way, about 8% of people who sold sex were adolescents under age 18. Again, as shown in this chart, selling sex while underage was most common in Tanzania. And this 2.8% is probably an underestimate because in Tanzania, they asked only about selling sex in the past 12 months. And so there may have been some who did so longer ago. And then we compared characteristics of adolescents and adults who sold sex. So having more than one sexual partner in the past year was actually less common among adolescents than adults. So this might indicate that the youth selling sex had one primary client or a sugar daddy type situation. But looking at other risk factors, only 38% of adolescents used a condom at last paid sex compared to 45% of adults. And 1 in 5 youth selling sex were using contraception compared to almost half of adults. Also, only about a third of youth who sell sex had ever tested for HIV compared to 3/4 of adults. These are studies from 5 countries that I've published from research with sex workers so far. And overall, we found that compared to those who started when they were adults, those who started when they were minors were more likely to have negative early life experiences, such as being orphaned, experiencing sexual assaults, giving birth before the age of 18, and having low education. And those who started as minors were also more likely to have continuing vulnerabilities into adulthood. So they experienced ongoing physical violence victimization at higher rates than those who started as adults. And risk behaviors such as, thank you. Risk behaviors such as drug use, barriers to condom use, worse health outcomes such as higher prevalence of depression, sexually transmitted infections, and lower uptake of health services such as HIV testing. And again, these women often did not disclose their involvement in selling sex to their families, or they faced stigma from their families if they did. So this preliminary research led me to pursue my currently funded R01. This study is across all of the African Union member countries except for North African region. And so first we're reviewing research ethics guidance in each country to determine under what circumstances, if any, minors under the age of 18 are allowed to participate in research without parental consent. We're also conducting a systematic review of research with key populations in Africa to identify which studies included underage participants and which excluded them to identify the gaps. And then we'll survey institutional review board members and study investigators to learn more about their experiences with and attitudes about research with underage key populations. And then we'll present preliminary findings and get feedback on developing recommendations through deliberative discussion focus groups with researchers and IRB members in these countries. These are the 48 countries involved, and I should say we have a consultant from each country making up an advisory board representing university researchers, IRB members, government representatives such as ministries of health and national AIDS councils, and non-governmental organizations advocating for LGBTQ people, sex workers, children, or people living with HIV. So they're all providing input on their local country context, and also we're bringing people together to learn lessons and share experiences. And if I have one more minute, I'll show, these are just some examples from policy surveillance that we're finding that in some countries like Eswatini, if there's a topic of a study like sexual and reproductive health, then some adolescents can consent for themselves. In other countries like Ethiopia, if minors are emancipated, working, married, or parenting, they can consent without a parent. This applies to many of the youth selling sex, but not most of the MSM. In other countries or other areas like Somaliland, there are no national guidelines. So consenting for yourself as a minor in research is neither prohibited nor allowed. So this is where we see some discretion among ethics committees and where our survey data will lead to more information. And so I'm hoping after the results of this research to both encourage others to conduct studies with underage key populations where it is legal and feasible, and also to conduct this research myself with a focus on longitudinal studies looking at these youth over time and into adulthood, as well as developing tailored interventions for them. Thank you.
So, any questions? We haven't heard beyond Zimbabwe. We haven't heard about a lot of sub-Saharan African stuff today, but glad that we're getting involved with it a little bit. Okay. Okie doke. Well, thank you, Ashley. Looking forward to having you at Downstate. So continuing on the various campuses, we're going to hear a little bit from the University of Buffalo. Gina Prescott from the School of Pharmacy, right? It's going to present. And Gina, did you present last time too? Okay. I just see you all the time. Yes, I understand.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'm grateful to be here today to talk to you a little bit about what's going on at the University of Buffalo. You're going to see a lot of repeat slides, so I'm going to try to stay focused and discuss some of the points that you haven't already seen, because a lot of our collaborations come from the SUNY UE Research Consortium and also through the University of Zimbabwe program, Health Galaxy Park. So I'll try to focus a little bit more on the broader scope of the programs to see what the other schools are doing at UB. So just to give you a broad perspective on where our scope is in global health at the university, it's in research clearly through variety of partners throughout the world, but we also had a renewed focus and a more recent focus on what we consider our local global population as well. Some of you may know Buffalo has a huge home. I think we're the third biggest city in the US to refugees and migrants. And so we have been developing and even through COVID, facilitating some of those programs and trying to figure out how that links into the larger global picture. We continue to train students and postdoctoral students in a wide variety of settings outside of grants on global health research. We have a huge, as you guys have already heard throughout today, and I'll touch on it a little bit, capacity building program through the Fogarty program. And we also have capacity building programs throughout the various schools as well that I'll discuss. I'm not going to cover today in great detail the engagement that we have in clinical care and also in student outreach. There's over 100 programs across all of our schools at the university that participate. Most of them are interdisciplinary in nature as well. So it's really hard to kind of tease out, although there are faculty leaders in each of those schools, but we do see over 100 kind of service clinical outreaches that our university does. Again, I won't cover that today. And then we'll talk about areas of dissemination throughout the university. So what does our team look like? It's quite broad. We have everything ranging from the SUNY UE Research Consortium that's affiliated with the university to our centers, such as the Center for Integrated Global Biomedical Sciences. We also have a community for global health equity that is very widespread beyond the health sciences at the university. All of our health professional schools have global programs where they have global directors. And so there's a large wealth of cross communication and collaborations that occur amongst the health professions. But then we also have profound programs in the School of Social Work and also the School of Management as well. That's engaging. And we also, again, in addition to this, have programs at the undergraduate level, which we utilize the Experiential Learning Network, which looks at for research projects from researchers across the university, even in the graduate programs, to work on sustainable developmental goals. And that's run through a woman named Dr. Mara Huber, who's not here today, but has an extensive network there and throughout the region and the world. We do have an Immigrant and Refugee Research Institute, and then we have smaller, just research funded programs such as the Vaccine Research Program as well. Just like to acknowledge our central administration at the university. We have a relatively new Vice Provost for International Education, No-Jin Kwok, and John Wood, who a lot of you probably already know is our Senior Associate Vice Provost for International Education. So right now, I'm just going to cover some really quick snippets of research programs that are going on at the different departments, and then I'm going to highlight some of them individually. And this is just to give you a scope in case there's collaborations amongst the other schools that you'd be interested in for what we do. The School of Public Health continues to have a research initiative program through housing and security. They most recently wrote a technical paper with the Pan American Health Organization on health equity and housing. And this collaboration is in conjunction with the School of Architecture and Planning. And so that program continues to be robust. I'll talk a little bit later about the linkage of care for people who use drugs. It's run in Greece and it's run by Dr. Andrew Talal, who is a liver disease physician specialist at the university. Dr. Mu and Dr. Plomero continue to work through the School of Public Health, both in air pollution in China, looking at differences in metabolomes, antioxidants, and inflammatory biomarkers in the China projects. And then in Tanzania, Dr. Plomero continues to work with UNICEF, and they look at social policies and change for children in Ghana and Tanzania, and has also worked on eliminating fees for health insurance in Ghana as well, and what do those outcomes look like. And so those are active research programs within the School of Public Health. Additionally, Dr. Casa Cordes, who couldn't be here, she's on a she's on a Fulbright right now. She continues to study the use of mixtures and different types of environmental exposures on child health. And so her research is pretty varied in a lot of different areas, currently has ongoing grants in both Uruguay and the UK. I'll talk a little bit later about my role with marginalized populations in Buffalo. The nursing school has had some ongoing collaborations with fluoride varnishes in conjunction with our dental school in Greece. And then I'll talk a little bit more later also about our dental school program with refugees in Lebanon. We covered a lot of these slides already in previous discussions, but I just want to highlight them because they are a core focus of the University at Buffalo's program with capacity building. As we discussed already, we have significant programs through the SUNY UE Research Consortium with the University of the West Indies. We also have such a large program with the University of Zimbabwe and the Ministry of Health there. We are part of the Global Virus Network. We are one of the major centers, and they are also here and present today. We are a member of the Consortium for the Universities of Global Health as well. In addition, the Public Health School has an affiliation with the African Population and Health Research Center, and we continue to serve in different collaborative capacities with the World Health Organization through the Public Health Initiative. We talked a lot about the SUNY UE Research Health Consortium. The one thing I want to bring up, although we talked a lot about it in regards to funding today, I would like to just make a notation that all of these people that we're talking about today, a lot of them link back into the SUNY UE research collaboration as well. And so when you see some of these programs here, they're all interdisciplinary in nature, and they run across the board at UB. So it's not just focused in the pharmacy school or in the medical school. We're utilizing all the different departments within the university and within the SUNY system as well. There has been, again, a large focus on the global infectious disease training program there, but we've also hit on areas such as cannabinoid use, traditional medicines, non-communicable disease, diabetes management. And most recently, if you're interested, we have a paper that's coming out. It might be ahead of press right now in Frontiers of Education, describing the program, what we've done to date, and what our future directions are going. So I just wanted to bring that up in case there was more detail or how people could be involved in this consortium. I'm not going to cover this in too much detail because Dr. Morse covered this extensively in his talk, but again, we have a large capacity building centered around the D43, the K43s, RO1s, and those supplemental programs as well. And these are in areas of HIV and chronic disease management, tuberculosis, nanomedicine, and arboviruses as well. Again, Dr. Mapanga did a nice job today covering Health Galaxy Park. So we are moving forward with Health Galaxy Park. It's going to build off of that capacity generating 20 years plus of research in HIV and pharmacology research, and expand to the areas of non-communicable disease and some of those USAID priority areas that are focused in Zimbabwe, along with building off of the strengths that already exist there through some of the patient-centered networks and also the laboratory spaces that we have there through the new Health Galaxy Park model, integrating this through some educational initiatives with micro-credentialing, workforce development, and also integrating those business models too. And so this is where different areas of our school come into play in here, where we are focusing on bringing some of the management programs in and things like that to help expand those private and public sector business affiliations to expand research in those areas. As Dr. Mapanga discussed earlier today, we do already have some US-based business collaborations already approved and ready to go with the University of Zimbabwe. And again, they range from decarbonization to virology, to insulin pulse therapy, that is novel and exciting programs that are coming through the Health Galaxy Park initiative. The School of Dentistry has a long-standing history of outreach on the Buffalo area, the national area, and also the international area. I wanted to highlight them because they've been doing work all across the globe. Most recently, however, their focus is beginning to shift and not only setting up pop-up clinics and short-term clinics in these areas, but really trying to figure out how to develop capacity through these different programs that they have been doing throughout the world. And one of the best models they're going to start focusing on is training non-dentists and looking through this community health worker models that we see implemented throughout the region. And they're looking at things such as active disease interventions, addressing risk factors, infection control standards, and things like that. And I just wanted to pull up a slide. These are where all of our funding programs come through, whether it's through the NIH, the U.S. Departments of Agriculture, Housing and Urban Development, all the way through to internal university funding and also through professional organization fundings, depending on the discipline that the main primary investigation is part of. So we do have, like I said, a wide variety of research funding that's funding these programs all throughout UB. Dr. Dorothy Sia Asamoah is here today. She runs a program at the School of Management, and she has been successfully integrating all throughout the university, locally and also globally. She has a social impact program that looks at health centers and clinics in Ghana, and also has a healthcare telemedicine initiative ongoing with Jamaica. The School of Management has climate change programs in both Jamaica and India, and has ongoing research and business endeavors with other faculty that are listed on the slide here as well. The one thing I want to highlight is they started looking at capacity building, developing leadership principles and training, and integrating students and businesses through a different model that you see here on the right, where in 2020, they started developing projects with businesses and students and faculty members regionally, and then they paired together. And I just want to emphasize the strong growth. They started with 5 universities in 5 countries and 16 participants. This past year, they're up to 27 universities, 15 countries, and 64 participants in developing business models around sustainability and global health initiatives. And a lot of that's dependent on the country of origin and also the business needs as well. Dr. Shibley, some of you may know, in the School of Dental Medicine, has long been working in refugee camps in Lebanon, like looking at oral health. Part of that is he's published a paper on just like preliminary epidemiology on oral health. Recently, when he was able to get back and travel, he was doing a study on looking at preventing of cavities through decayed teeth, utilizing a community health worker model, and has seen positive results, and that's pretty recent, where the number of cavities have decreased. Dr. Talal in the School of Medicine has recently started a study looking at patients who use drugs and how they're linked, specifically in the areas in social media and telemedicine, like how can they get patients that utilize drugs care. And so his population was adults who injected drugs in Greece. What they found here were that the patients were fairly on the young side. They were mostly male, but those patients that had recently injected drugs were not linked to an opioid treatment facility. A lot of them tended to be homeless. A lot of them were also, and this is his expertise area, were HCV positive as well. And so part of the problem, what they also saw was those patients that were homeless, I don't think this would be shocking, but like they had less access to the internet, less access to a computer, and less access to social media. And so part of what we'll see here is how they take this information and figure out how to provide care to these patients in Greece, and what they do with the HCV and HIV positive patients as well. I'm currently working on a local global program at one of our main refugee, immigrant, and migrant clinics in the city of Buffalo, looking at hypertension management to characterize what is the prevalence amongst the different types of under-resourced patients in Buffalo. What are the social and structural determinants of health that impact the care that these populations are seeing? How can we link them better to resources and services? And how can we utilize an interprofessional team to improve outcomes in hypertension? And then the follow-up project to that is just general chronic disease management with a focus on diabetes. So how can we improve care in diabetes for patients who are refugees and migrants, working through a multidisciplinary team, but what again are those social and structural factors that impact their health and their ability to receive care? And again, this is part of our local global programs. Both of these are also associated with a larger HRSA grant that looks at utilizing community health workers and how training them on hypertension and diabetes can be integrated into the care for our refugee and migrant programs that already have community health care worker linkages as well. With that, I'll wrap up on this last slide is, like probably many of the other universities here today, we have lots of modes and methods for dissemination. We have ongoing collaborations and lectures throughout UB in all the different centers and all the different schools. And I think this week or next week is International Week at the University at Buffalo as well. And so there's a lot of international activities going on. I actually think it's this week because of this activity was this collaboration, this conference was today. So. And with that, I'll take any questions. Again, our program's broad. If you need linkages to any of our programs, I can direct you to the appropriate person at our school. So thank you.
Yeah, I think this is very interesting. I think part of what we're dealing with related to refugees, immigrants, et cetera, is definitions. And in the literature, it's not consistent. So I would be interested in understanding, you know, within this context, what is a refugee? What is an immigrant? For how many decades, et cetera, right?
Yeah, that was our biggest issue with characterizing our preliminary data analysis for the program. We're fortunate at our clinic, we at least have data on country of origin and language. We are trying to figure out, like, if we can figure out how long they've been in the country. It kind of depends on chart documentation. So we're trying to see, again, where our patients lay out in regards to, are they newly arrived? Have they been in the US for years? Are they just generational as well? We're trying to tease out, it's very complicated because as you guys can imagine, the medical records are very convoluted, but we at least have a good starting point where we do have mostly language and country of origin, which I think is, well, I'm at a refugee migrant clinic, so that information is keyed easily. In other healthcare facilities, I mean, you're lucky if you have any of that. Yeah, but we are trying to tease that out for sure.
Yes, hi, David Gittleman, UAlbany. Thank you. And along those lines on refugees, you talked about our annual Refugee Health Summit. Can you tell us a little bit more about what's involved? I mean, what kinds of things? Is it specific to the Buffalo area or is it more broad?
The question was about the annual Refugee Health Summit in Buffalo. Traditionally, it has been localized to the Buffalo area. A lot of it was often discussions where we invite stakeholders from the refugee community, so our resettlement agencies. Then we also invite the refugee community leaders themselves, and then the university leaders, and then whoever else. It's open to the public as well. And it originally has started. It started, I want to say like eight years ago. And it originally started just to kind of give the refugees a voice amongst like the healthcare community to see what are the issues that they're solving, like they have issues with, and what can we solve moving forward. It hasn't expanded as much, but we do open it up, especially with the border close to us on the Canadian side. So we do advocate for that, but it's still, there are some subsets to it that are very local, but then there are like speakers and guests that come in that are a little bit broader.
Just a slight editorial comment. I think if all of this local, global things could be organized, could be a very key component for the Global Health Institute, just to be helpful for what's going on in the state. All right, next we're going to hear from Stony Brook University. Paolo Buffetta, welcome.
Okay, thanks, Gene. Thanks, Jack, for the invitation. Well, after Gina's presentation, I'm a bit ashamed because we don't have such a strong and comprehensive program on global health at Stony Brook. However, I will present a few things, in particular, one experience of a collaboration I've been working on with the colleagues in Iran for many years, which has been extremely successful, I think. And then I will describe a few other activities, but by no means is a comprehensive presentation. So I'll present something that Sierra and Mark are also doing. So in terms of research, I want to describe this collaboration with people from the Tehran University of Medical Sciences, which is at the center, and then in collaboration also with colleagues from NCI, from IARC, WHO, where I used to work, and several other partners, Karolinska, etc. And it's called gastroesophageal malignancy in northern Iran, as you see here. And the issue is that there is this high incidence area of esophageal cancer in Central Asia, spanning from northern China to the number of Central Asian Republic and all the way to northern Iran. There are another areas you see in Eastern and Southern Africa also. And by and large, the reasons for this greatly increased risk of esophageal cancer in this area were not really established. These are very old studies before the Islamic Revolution from northern Iran and along the Caspian littoral. And you see the red area on the right, in the Gombad area. These rates, 165, 195 per 100,000 in men and women, were the highest ever recorded incidence rates of esophageal cancer. This is from the 70s. There were a number of studies started at that time, were stopped at the time of the revolution. And then in around the year 2000, we started again this work in collaboration, as I said, with NCI and a few other people. There has been a number of subsequent studies. I will describe in particular the cohort study and the ancillary projects. We came up with a number of hypotheses to explain why esophageal cancer, in particular squamous cell carcinoma, which is the most prevalent type of esophageal cancer in low-income populations, was so high. And these are some of the hypotheses we formulated at that time. And we were able really to address most of them in the series of studies we have done in the last 15 years. So we started a very large cohort study mainly in the rural area of that high-risk area that I displayed before. This is you see, this is a little bit an old picture when we were establishing the pilot study 20 years ago, basically. We put together a upper GI clinic in the main hospital of Gombad City to really provide care and also screening for people both in the cohort and in general to the population at high risk for these diseases. So the cohort comprised now 50,000 healthy adults recruited between 2004 to 2007, 80% rural, 80% Turkoman ethnicity from that area, which I showed before. We had a very detailed questionnaire with pilot study, validation, etc., a very strong biobank with repeated samples from these different tissues, also tumor samples, and annual follow-up, also resampling, etc. Up to now, there has been about 17% death in the cohort in these 20 years or so. So this was a few pictures during cohort recruitment. These were the nutritionists doing the dietary assessment. These are some of the visits during the yearly follow-up in the core center that we established in that area. So far, we had, as I said, about 8,000 deaths. Cardiovascular disease is number 1, cancer number 2, and COVID, as you see, is the 4th most common cause of death in this cohort. In terms of cancers, upper GI cancer, esophageal and stomach cancer remain the most prevalent cases. So it's really a huge opportunity to study, in particular, esophageal cancer in a high-risk population. I just highlight a few aspects of the work that we've been done, assessing some novel risk factors for the disease. One was hot tea beverage, intake of hot tea beverages, in particular tea in that population. So we had sort of objective measurements of tea temperature during core recruitment to get a better understanding of whether people able to drink very hot tea were at higher risk. Very hot tea, by the way, means 65 degrees in that population, which is extremely hot. If you want to try later 65 centigrade. So these were some papers where we found the strong effect of hot tea in terms of esophageal cancer risk. The second risk factor that we've really established, and this was a major breakthrough, I think, is the role of opium as a risk factor for esophageal and a number of other cancers. Iran and several other countries in the region have the highest prevalence of opiate use in the world, mainly coming from Afghanistan, which is nearby. And we had a number of papers on opium use. This is probably one of the most important one, where we had an overall assessment of mortality after about 10 years of follow-up of the cohort. There were 17% prevalence of opium use, which was mainly long-term traditional type of opium, smoking and then chewing the residue from the pipe in order to extract all the morphine from the pyrrolysate. And so there was an association both with cancer and with cardiovascular disease. But focusing on cancer, there were 8 types of cancer that were identified to be associated with opium. And this led, by the way, to the classification of opium as a human carcinogen by the IARC, by the World Health Organization. And esophageal cancer obviously was one of them. So a number of other important pieces of work. We basically identify 7 risk factors for esophageal cancer. In addition to opium and hot tea, there was low fruits, low vegetables, poor dentition, a certain type of drinking water association, and indoor air pollution. And this explains 76% of esophageal cancer in our population. So basically, we were able to identify the modifiable risk factor, which are probably relevant also to the other country in the region. So that's the main work on the cohort. We had a number of ancillary studies. I want to mention screening together with Rebecca Fitzgerald from Newcastle University. This was the pilot study for screening. The idea is to use a cytosponge, which is swallowed by the person at risk being screened, and then is extracted, is pulled up with a string, and collects esophageal mucosa cells that are then analyzed with cytological method, like a pap test. And now we have an NCI application to do a full-scale prevention trial using this technique, which has been quite successful in the pilot study. The other ancillary study I want to mention is a cardiovascular prevention trial called PolyRun, which was implemented within the cohort. So about 3,000 cohort members were randomized to the intervention trial with a poly pill, which comprises aspirin, a statin, and 2 blood pressure lowering drugs. Similar number of control with high adherence and good biomarker thing. And basically, cardiovascular events were the main outcome on the trial, which was extremely successful. We had another ratio of major cardiovascular disease of 0.66, and those with high adherence had a ratio of 0.43. So basically halving cardiovascular mortality and hospitalization in the polypill trial with no increase in adverse effect. These were published in The Lancet a few years back, and now there has been a couple of other large-scale primary prevention trials on the polypill for cardiovascular disease. And now this project from Golestan has been expanded to another 9 provinces of the country with a much larger scale, but this is just starting now. This has been, as I said, an extremely successful collaboration. We have about 300 papers coming out, and you see a very large number of trainees in the different institutions that have been involved. I mean, WHO, myself, obviously NCI, Karolinska, and Montreal, McGill, etc. We got money from Cancer Research UK, European Commission, WCRF, the World Cancer Research Fund, the Swedish Developmental Agency, not yet from NCI. We haven't been successful, but as I said, we have been putting just now another grant for the screening. So in terms of education, Mark Sedler has been starting this office for global medical education at Stony Brook. There has been mainly engagement in a number of countries listed here of students from School of Medicine, School of Dentistry, Dental Medicine, and several residents. This has been funded internally by also a couple of other funding, and there's been a number of other academic activities related to education. In terms of care, I have a few slides from Sierra, but these are basically the same material that has been shown by Simone and Sierra earlier today. So I think I can skip it and I can stop here. Thank you very much.
Really interesting. Thanks, Paolo. Just two questions, actually. One not really related. Iran is an easy place to continue to work, and not much of a problem. How's that going?
Well, I hope we are not. There is no. Okay, out of the record, I can say that obviously there has been ups and downs. Sometimes there has been periods with easier collaboration. Sometimes, obviously, there are more restrictions. Our collaborators are extremely professional and friendly, and so as you can imagine, this has been very good. There are some issues now in terms of exporting biological samples.
Yes,
but this we took care of this early on in the course. Half of the samples are now distributed between US and France, and the other half, I mean, WHO, IAC in Lyon, and NCI, and myself. The other half is kept in Iran. So we have biological samples available, and obviously data have been transferred, quite freely. So overall, it's been very easy and very rewarding, I have to say. When we go to the official level, obviously becomes a little bit more complicated. However, the court, when we did the pilot, I mean, the recruitment, I mean, the field work was strongly supported by the local authorities at the provincial level, etc.
Interesting. And just one more question on.
Sorry, just finish. Obviously, our collaborators are some of the key academic groups in the country, so they have some protection, although, as I said, relationship with the government is sometimes easier, sometimes a little bit more complicated.
And just one question, the poly pill. I noticed aspirin's included in that. You had some bleeding adverse effects. The indications for aspirin is becoming reduced more and more here in the States. Is there thoughts to taking aspirin out of the poly pill? That would seem like a logical
thing.
But
to do another trial. I mean, obviously, at least we would not be able because we really use it.
Right there, but there are other poly pill trials being done elsewhere. What's happening with those?
I think that I'm not sure whether the evidence from the trials without aspirin is as strong as the one with aspirin. You have here on the bottom of this slide the number of upper GI bleeding, 13 in the treated group and 9 in the control group. And obviously the difference is not significant.
Right, that's true, although aspirin use here and in the trials here has been associated with higher rates.
Yeah, I know. But we are talking about a relatively high-risk population with obviously very different risk factor profile.
A very nice discussion. We're also considering with Steve Ostad at UAB, a poly pill with the recent success of the Reprieve trial with pitavastatin, very strong outcome in HIV and aging. So, and also with the upcoming TAME trial, metformin may be another anti-inflammatory to consider. So I think it's worth, again, with the great diversity of interest here in aging and HIV and what you're doing in Iran, there might be some good synergies to think about these together. And I know Steve has approached the NIA about this already.
Yeah, well, we should talk about this. We see a decrease in a number of other causes of death in the polypill trial. I mean, I focus on cardiovascular because this was the main. And in fact, my friend Malek Sadeh, the PI from Iran, is convinced that this is good for everything. And in fact, I'm taking it myself, so.
Yeah.
I think.
Really nice presentation. Thank you. One thing that stood out in your colleague's presentation earlier on the work in Mozambique was the amount of what seems to be a lot of institutional financial support for that endeavor in terms of protected time for faculty, donation of expensive supplies. Do you have any tips for the rest of us for how to make that happen?
Well, obviously, Iran is a different country than the US. I can tell you what, again, Professor Malek Sadeh was telling me in order to explain why they were getting so much support from the government. By the way, he was Minister of Health himself during one of the more reform open, government early on. Now it's all gone. He says he's really one of the top GI person in the country. So he says it's very easy. The Minister of Health comes from colonoscopy. And during colonoscopy, I ask him, to support our studies. So he always says yes, basically. So clearly it goes very much in terms of, personal relationships, etc. But the academic achievement of this type of work are stellar, for a country like Iran, publishing the top international journals, having fellows, going to the top academic institutions. So it gives, credibility and a strong record. Now, whether this is reflected into fair peer review type of, mechanism for local money, this obviously I don't know. But there has been continuous support, really.
Next, we're going to hear from our folks at the University at Albany. I think many of you know that the trains between here and Albany weren't working until today, thanks to examination of parking lots. So anyway, John's going to speak briefly and then introduce the other two speakers, right?
Yep. So, hi, everybody. So we thought, given the theme of this conference today about building partnerships and getting people to think about how we can leverage the expertise that we have within the SUNY system, I wanted to make a few remarks that kind of follow on to the things that Jean spoke about, to sort of highlight some of the unique ways and opportunities that we could leverage the expertise and the infrastructure within SUNY to advance global health research and some of the training initiatives that you are all interested in. And so today, I wanted to sort of highlight that, some of the opportunities unique to University at Albany, and also in particular, you're going to see how in the real world, this partnership with the New York State Department of Health really pays off and creates opportunities both for our Fogarty programs and for hopefully some of the research, the infectious disease research and things that Jean's doing. So you're going to hear from a couple of our speakers. Oh, it sounds like my new slides didn't get posted. Jack made me cut my slides and do things. So now I've got to these aren't the second slides I sent. But anyway, so I'm also pleased to say that we have three faculty here. You're going to hear from a couple of speakers, but we do have Mark Cunningham here, who works on our Georgia grant and specializes in HIV epidemiology. Melanie Walcott, I'm very excited. She's a new faculty member. She's originally from Jamaica. She specializes in HIV research. And so I'm really excited that she could make it today. And we have David Gittleman with us, who has a 30-year career with the CDC in global health, working on immunization programs. Yes, it's 30 years, David. And large campaigns for delivering products and services. But again, I'm not going to take a long time, but you're going to hear today about how this 40-year partnership between our school and the New York State Health Department really creates some unique opportunities for partnership, for training, and for advancing capacity building. And I think we could leverage it much better. And so I'm delighted that Len Peruski, who's the new director of Wadsworth, is going to speak today. I'm going to take, some people may not know this, but this partnership we have many of our faculty are actually DOH research scientists, and they're in the classroom and they're mentoring students, doctoral students, graduate students. It creates a great opportunity for visiting scholars and visiting scientists to come and if we can make a partnership with the DOH. I want to highlight a couple of other things. One thing that might be of interest to this group is we are just this year introducing a new Bachelor of Science degree in nursing and a Master of Science in Population Health Nursing. And I think that could be relevant to some of the partnerships here in this room. So again, these aren't the slides. Let me just highlight a couple of other things. One thing that I think is highly relevant here, UAlbany's just brought in 27 new faculty with AI expertise across the university. So I think that creates some new opportunities. We are now working to launch a new center on climate change and health effects. We have one of the top atmospheric science research centers in the country at UAlbany, and we're leveraging that partnership. We have one of the only colleges of emergency preparedness, Homeland Security, and cybersecurity in the country, and they're all part of that new center. There's expertise in aging, infectious disease, and I just sort of think that there's lots more opportunities to leverage that expertise. And I just want to sort of highlight too, we have recently received a significant amount of funding to support research into health issues around health equity and the elimination of health disparities. We have a couple of very prominent centers there that are doing research on that. I'll highlight here, I mentioned already, we do have a public health continuing education program that delivers training on a remote basis for New York State, including in rural areas, distance learning, self-paced learning, and I think there's lots of opportunities to leverage that expertise as well. And we do have a Center for Health Workforce Studies, which is only one of 7 in the country, and it's actually the only HRSA-funded health workforce research center that also does research into dental health workforce. So, and we have a growing HRSA-funded maternal child health program. Now, I did mention we're in the process of launching a new center for advancing health equity and policy in changing climate. And so I think that again is something highly relevant. We have one of the premier atmospheric sciences research centers in the country. We have the Center for the Elimination of Minority Health Disparities and the College of Emergency Preparedness, Homeland Security, and Cybersecurity. So hopefully you're thinking about collaborative opportunities. And really with that, I just want to thank Jean and Jack for their leadership on this. They've been amazing to collaborate with over the years. And as you can see, they're very passionate about bringing people together. And I think they deserve a round of applause for all that effort. And with that, I think the next speaker is Jim, or is it Len? Jim. So thanks. That's just a little way to think a little broadly about these partnerships.
So Jim is head of CPDAR. You'll see it right there. And as I indicated earlier today, he leads one of the few research agendas in the Department of Health focused on HIV. So Jim, you're there, right?
Thank you. I'm here and hope you can hear me.
Okay, great. We hear you. Take it away.
Awesome. Thank you. And I will be just 5 minutes. I know we're on a timeline. Thanks for the opportunity today to highlight a little bit about what John was talking about, our academic training program that we do in concert with our Fogarty partnership with SUNY Albany and SUNY Downstate, not to mention our in-country PIs from Georgia and other countries, hopefully soon, Kazakhstan and Ukraine. So my objectives, let me actually do this from a slideshow. Okay, my objectives will be to just very briefly describe the AIDS Institute and my center, our center, and to provide an overview of the training program. So the HIV/AIDS Institute is more than just HIV. We have under our portfolio sexually transmitted infections, viral hepatitis, improving the life of drug users and LGBTQ plus individuals. So it's in any of these areas that we could partner, with academic partnerships. So it's way more than HIV. My center has, as its core functions, what's on this screen. The highlighted black boxes really represent the intersection, I think, with our Fogarty partnership. Our partnership contributes to the growth of academic partnerships, obviously, by its very nature, but also these academic training programs, the scholars that are coming from the Republic of Georgia and other countries allow us to better evaluate our own programming. So these internships really serve the function of helping us make data-driven decisions in our HIV, AIDS, STI, and LGBT health and drug user health programming. Every academic partnership has as its goal the production of a peer-reviewed article. So this relationship contributes to the dissemination of research findings to other jurisdictions. A large slide here really just meant to show where the 10 Georgian scholars that Mamuka Djibouti had presented on earlier today, where they've worked in the AIDS Institute during their 2 summers here. And it's really been across the board, our Office of Drug User Health, our center, viral hepatitis, Division of Healthcare, Office of Sexual Health and Epidemiology, as well as HIV and hepatitis C surveillance. So, and any of these boxes here really represent opportunities for future collaborations. The academic training program itself has, a few purposes. The primary one is to provide a very discrete project for our international scholars to work on during their 4-month internship. This is a paid internship that we at the AIDS Institute and the Health Department, fund. But it's also and that internship comes with sort of the guarantee or the, certainly the opportunity to publish a peer-reviewed article that the scholar can lead if they've got the time to do that. And we also do our best to coordinate the internship experience with their interest and their work in their home countries, including dissertation topics, if that's practicable. We also want to make sure that we're infusing these individuals really into the culture of the AIDS Institute and the health department more broadly. So it's more than just working as an internship. It's really about learning how we do business at the AIDS Institute. And then we also continue the scholarly work that they have started at the School of Public Health at Albany by conducting weekly training seminars on various methodological topics. It's a formal program. We have a midterm assessment, a final assessment, and a formal presentation and product delivery, where their results are presented to typically very large audiences, including many program staff here. And we really look to talk about the relationship between that and the implications of this work. And many students, the next 3 slides I won't go over in detail, but they provide for each of our 10 Georgian scholars the nature of the internship, where they were placed, their mentors, and a summary of their internship. And if you were to take the time, to look at these slides, you see that the nature of these internships vary greatly, from quantitative to qualitative research methods across really the whole AIDS Institute portfolio. Many are drug user health related, but we've had projects that really run the course of everything that we're doing here. So it's been a great 2 years, and we're looking forward to continuing that relationship with scholars from Ukraine and Kazakhstan next summer. This is just 2 slides here that look at our training program. And again, to look at this is what's beyond the internship experience itself. And so if you were to look at this, you would see the nature of the topics that we cover in our weekly methodological seminars. You'd see the offices that people are being exposed to. The first thing we did in the summer here of this summer was to take our 6 scholars to New York City to view one of the only 2 safe injection facilities. And that was very relevant to one of the scholars' work in her home country. And we had a whole day there and really got exposed to that. And I think that's the purpose, is really to infuse our scholars into everything that we do here, including work in the community. These next slides I'm not going to cover, but they're here in the hopes that you'll look at them and that we can continue to grow these relationships. There's many people here that are doing work in HIV, aging, STIs. And so if any of these slides resonate with you, please reach out to me and I'm happy to explore collaborations beyond what we're doing here. This shows our current priorities. This slide gives examples of internship or relationships and projects that we could have with scholars. This slide looks at our research agenda. We are one of the few jurisdictions that have a formal adopted research agenda that is posted at this website and that lists the 80 or so questions that we see as gaps in our knowledge that would help, if answered, would help contribute to improving the health of New Yorkers in these areas. And the final slide is a link to our ETE dashboard where we track our progress in ending AIDS as an epidemic in New York State. So again, I know that was quick, but we only had a few minutes, but hopefully it's enough to give you a flavor of what we're doing here. And again, I think an open invitation to reach out to me to explore collaborations and to grow this partnership, which has really been great to this point. So Jack and others, I'm going to stop.
Great. Thanks. Thanks so much, Jim. I think we're going to move forward without questions, but if anybody doesn't have any specific questions, I can direct it to you as emails in there, or of course myself. Thanks again, Jim. Our next speaker is Len Peruski, also from Albany now, but directed global laboratory work for the CDC for many years, and we're thrilled to have him here in New York State. So Len, come on up.
And CDC primarily works with ministries of health. So there's a fundamental difference. I do hope under the new director at CDC, there'll be more closer collaborations with Fogarty and CDC because they do have nice missions. Okay, so See how we advance slides here quickly. The clicker, even better. All right, so I'm here from Wadsworth Center. I started in May. I came from the US government, 28-year career essentially between Department of Defense, NIH, and CDC. And this is basically the backbone of why you have public health research laboratories. It goes back over 100 years. Wadsworth traces its origins to this statement. And our model is a little different than a public health laboratory typically is in the United States. It is built around public health research. It's a critical difference. Most public health laboratories in the United States and elsewhere do public health activities. They don't do research. We have a translational model that goes from basic research to application to translational. So this is a key thing here, and this is why the Wadsworth Center is recognized in the United States as the top tier public health research laboratory. I wanted to give you some ideas of our sustained activities. You may have heard about this collaboration. It's highly unique what we have with the SUNY system, with the University at Albany. It allows us to bring students in to pursue these activities. Most of my senior investigators are funded by the National Institutes of Health. They have R01s, they have program projects, they have developmental grants, R22s, R21s, and they are faculty at Albany, at UAlbany. And this is key. It lets us bring in students. It lets them teach courses. It lets me get up here and spout about how wonderful they are, because they are. Now, right now, we have a problem. The Wadsworth Center has grown up so much over the last 100 years, it's spread across 5 distinct campuses. Is that good for collaboration? Is that good for students? No. So we're in the process of building a brand new laboratory system. And this laboratory is going to be about $1.7 billion. It is fully funded. It will be state of the art. It is going to be just off the University at Albany campus. One problem. Our main collaborator, the School of Public Health, will be even farther away from us. So we are pushing actively as much as we can as a state entity to have the School of Public Health moved closer to us to strengthen that collaboration. This laboratory complex will open sometime, we hope, in 2020, between 2029 and 2031. We're going to break ground next year. All right. I wanted to give you an idea of what we used to do and what we are starting to do again. This is one example of basic research internationally that we are doing in collaboration with University at Albany. It is looking at vector dynamics, the transmission of arboviruses in Argentina. We have worked in numerous countries around the world in the past. We're rebuilding this again. So if you're interested, we have a lot of people that are interested in climate modeling, that work on vector and disease transmission dynamics. We have programs in newborn screening, regulatory. We have programs in clinical medicine. So these are all going to be available in the coming years to work with in different settings. By way of my background, my teams at CDC worked in 71 countries over the 7 years I was there. I've actually spent 17 years of my career at CDC out of my 30 years in public health living overseas, not visiting, but living overseas between Africa, Southeast Asia, and Latin America. So we are very experienced in doing this. Now, I'm going to shift gears quickly, be respectful of time. I want you to consider this. 1953 and 1923 are just as far apart as 1953 and 1883. Think of the changes that happened between 1883 and 1953 around the world. The dawn of the air age, 1903. Not too much there happened internationally. Now look at the change here. We have a population that's gone from 1.1 billion to about 1.5, 1.6 billion. And you see the first international air routes. Now at the start of COVID, you can get anywhere on the planet, I checked this morning, in 31 hours, and that includes Antarctica. Think about that. 31 hours. This is just a brief map of where diseases have come from. And this leaves off a lot of major outbreaks in diseases that have, in pathogens that have been discovered. My background, by the way, is in infectious disease. So I want to leave you this last thought. What's going to happen in the next 70 years? Where are you going to be? Where are you going to be positioned? I will give you a hint of where we're going. You heard a little bit about AI and how it's being embraced by University at Albany. We're moving into what's called predictive surveillance, which is taking all these layers of information, populations, genomics, weather, climate modeling, disease outbreaks, and layering it with the idea in 10 years, we hope to be able to predict what is going to happen before it happens. How will that change how we deliver public health? And that's it.
So glad that train worked today. Really appreciate it. Great to have you here in New York State. Again, no questions, but Katie, we're going to go to upstate now, staying with the New York State theme. Lots happening up there, and you're the one to speak about it.
All right, everybody, feel free to wiggle a little bit if you need to wake up. 2 more to go and then a coffee break. So thank you very much, Jean and Jack, for bringing us all together, and thanks for the opportunity to speak a bit on upstate today. For those of you who don't know, upstate is where Syracuse is. And I'll be speaking on behalf of the Institute for Global Health. There's many people. Stephen Thomas is the head of our institute who couldn't be here today. And today my goal will be to give a little bit of context into why we are the way we are, the focus that we have, and then some of the changes that have come up since we were here last year. So the Institute was founded as a cross-departmental center in 2011. So our academic faculty, they have different primary homes in the university, but we do have institute-specific supporting staff. And it was subsequently elevated to a university-wide institute in 2016. Similar to many of the other institutions that presented today, we're engaged in clinical service learning, education, and our main focus is translational research, and I'll talk a little bit about that. Our main focus is in vector-borne disease research, but we're doing a lot of other things, and I was really excited to hear about the focus on global is local, because that's a huge focus and passion of ours as well, and mine personally. And as I say at the bottom, our approach is uniquely translational, and building on what Len had said, a lot of this comes through the lens of most of us who are at the Institute have worked with or were in the Army previously. So Stephen Thomas was a colonel. I've collaborated with them for 20 years. Many of the other members of the Institute have worked with the military, which brings in this lens of how are we going to develop something that makes an impact, and partnering closely with industry. So we continue to collaborate with the military, and we continue to work very closely with industry. So this is the general structure of the Institute. As I mentioned, Stephen Thomas is the head of the Institute. We report directly to the Dean of the College of Medicine. And then underneath the Institute, we have specific academic faculty. I used to be overseeing the international research. I've since left that position, and I now, somewhat as an aside, somewhat related, I'm now the health commissioner for Onondaga County. So that's being overseen by somebody else. We have educational programming and an MPH program, and we have a very active vector-borne disease research program. I'll say a bit more about that. But a lot of the money, the personnel, and the effort of the Institute really goes into clinical trials, and that's been fantastic for us for a couple different reasons. One, because it's definitely applied. When COVID came through, we were one of the sites for the Pfizer SARS-CoV-2 vaccine trial, and Stephen was actually the academic PI internationally for the Pfizer COVID vaccine trial. I'll talk a bit more about those, but it's a very active area of engagement, of income into the Institute, which helps with our financial sustainability, and it lets the dean kind of anticipate that we will continue to be a viable institute, and it also cross-pollinates with our research. So for example, we do dengue human challenge studies where we give people dengue with their consent. But that gives us an opportunity to do antiviral trials in collaboration with industry. Down the road, we hope to be doing dengue vaccine trials where we're trying to see how well someone may be protected with the dengue challenge. And it also feeds into our immunology research because we know all the time points for someone post-dengue inoculation, which feeds into our field trials, which is my area of research. So this is our global footprint. It's changed a little bit since last year. So I'm sorry to say that we for a variety of reasons, had previously had a upstate field site in Machala, Ecuador, that we since had to give up. It was costly and it was very challenging, and we just couldn't make it go. So we're still there for educational purposes, and we hope to go back there with a permanent footprint again. We're lucky to be engaged with the SUNY collaboration around the GID program, and I hope we'll play an increasingly active role in that. It's really exciting. Most of our work, and my work personally, is in Kamphaeng Phet, Thailand, where the US Army has a field lab in Bangkok called AFRAMS, and then a field lab of the field lab in Kamphaeng Phet, where we've been doing dengue research, me personally for 20 years, people like Stephen for 30. And then finally, we have a clinical partnership with Maseno University in Kisumu, Kenya, which I'd say aspirationally we would hope would look a lot like what was described by Stony Brook today. I'll say a bit more about that. And then locally in Syracuse, we're very actively working in immigrant refugee medicine and including public health and some qualitative research. So I'll just briefly say a bit about our dengue research. So we are just wrapping up the 6th cycle of a PO1 focused on dengue pathogenesis and immunology in Kamphaeng Phet, Thailand. And we've just gotten an R01 funded, which will continue a family cohort study we have going there for another through 2028. So it will be a family of about 3,000 people who we will have followed for 13 years through sequential dengue infections. I'll leave that there. There's a lot we could say about it, but dengue in Thailand is a lot of what we do, bringing in immunology, pathogenesis, and including clinical trials and collaborations with industry. Another very active vector-borne disease researcher in our group is Saravanan Thengamani, which some people here will know. He's a tick-borne disease researcher, emerging arbovirus researcher who is also overseeing our vector biocontainment laboratory, which we're very, very excited about. It allows for biosafety level 3 investigations with vectors, animals, and allowed us to do really cool studies like the study in the lower right where we were exposing volunteers to mosquito bites to try to see if we could pick up the signal in their blood as a means of surveillance. They were fine. it was fine, but it was a really cool study. And uninfected so far. And then Saravanan is also overseeing this really exciting platform that's a citizen science tick surveillance program where Lyme disease and other tick-borne pathogens are a huge problem in central New York. And so he started up this platform where people find ticks on their body or on their pet, would mail them in, and Saravanan's lab identifies them as well as tests for the pathogens found in the tick. And it's been hugely successful. I think to date, he's had 24,000 ticks sent in just a couple of years of the program, and finding really important things like 30 to 35% of them have at least one pathogen, commonly Lyme disease, and several of them were multiply infected. One had even just 4 pathogens in it. So it's very useful, and it's useful for clinicians as well. I'll briefly touch on refugee immigrant health, but when I mentioned that I kind of wear 2 different hats with the community health and the Institute research stuff, this is one area where I would really like for us to build bridges between the Institute and the county health department along the lines of an academic health department or something like that, is trying to tackle the public health needs of our new American population in Syracuse. So we, relative to our size in Onondaga County, we have a very large refugee population, and this year has kind of broken the records in terms of people coming in, which is wonderful, but we're struggling to meet their needs. So we have a history of engaging very actively with our resettlement agencies, upstate in particular, doing weekly screenings, and then using those opportunities to engage in participatory research, qualitative research to understand knowledge, perceptions, barriers to care. And this team in particular has been very successful in reaching out for grant funding for these programs and these research endeavors as well. I mentioned our active role in clinical trials, with COVID being just one example of the different types of clinical trials we're doing, and the dengue human infection model being the one that's probably the most out of the box, but we're most excited about, I would say. These are all of our industry partners, and I'll mention we partner with industry both in terms of clinical trials as well as diagnostic development, as well as partnering in our NIH-funded and military-funded research studies internationally. And then finally, I'll comment on our efforts in global health education. Currently, our partnership with Kisumu, Kenya, which is a fantastic partnership, is truly bilateral. This is led by Dr. Andy Shaw, who's the same person who's a phenomenal woman who's running our immigrant refugee programs. So this is a bidirectional educational partnership where we bring trainees from Kenya on site to upstate to spend time with us, as well as sending trainees to Kisumu, Kenya to learn. Andy has initiated a monthly virtual clinical case conference series, and we do have support for at least one faculty member to be there for 3 months a year, which is an achievement and not easily gained in academic global health. We've had some quality improvement efforts and research programs, but we really hope to build this, and this was an area where we're hoping to, down the road, put in for a Fogarty Award to support this work. We've also established an MPH with a global health concentration. I'll leave that there, I think. And that's it.
Katie, you're a real hero. You're an R01 funded commissioner of health. How often does that happen?
She's truly global, global to local. Global to local.
Yes. We just have one more speaker before break, and he just arrived. Dr. Bartholomew is assistant professor in neurosurgery, neurology, public health, and probably several others, both orthopedics at SUNY Downstate, and is taking the lead in terms of a SUNY UE neuroscience initiative, actually a broader Caribbean initiative. So, Ernest.
Okay, good afternoon. Thanks for inviting me and for having me. I'm glad I was able to make it. I was finishing a brain surgery that took a little longer than I anticipated, but made it. It went well. It did go well. So, and I practiced, and it actually went very, very nicely. It went very nicely, thank goodness. And I made it here. Anyway, that was at Brookdale. For those of you who don't know Brooklyn, Brookdale Hospital. I recently gave a talk talking about Brookdale, and I said, how do I describe it to this audience? It's for a group called Black Men in White Coats. It was a youth summit. And I Googled Brownsville, and I found a Time magazine article. It's called Inside Brooklyn's Most Dangerous Neighborhood. I thought, wow. I was born at Brookdale Hospital in Brownsville. My parents are Haitian immigrants, and that certainly has informed my global health career. Nothing to disclose. I usually start with a quote, very inspired by my mentor, Paul Farmer. So I know I have just a few minutes, so I'll define global neuroscience, present the DGNI, talk about SHN, so a little bit of alphabet soup, and the DGNL, okay? So global neuroscience, I suspect that in the conversations I've missed, given the little bit that I heard walking in, that this concept of the transnational nature of global health was certainly addressed. I heard global is local several times, and Copeland gave us this, and I think a lot of us have embraced this definition. And so when we try to understand what is global neuroscience, we look at the various fields of clinical neuroscience, neurology, mental health, and global neurosurgery, and we do see in different respects people leaning on this definition, particularly this global mental health definition, the second one here, low resource settings in high income countries. I think that's coming more into focus. Certainly is my daily reality now in my practice in Brooklyn. And then global neurosurgery, where several of our definitions have looked to advance this idea that health equity is not specialty specific. And so global neuroscience brings together these three areas of clinical neuroscience: neurology, psychiatry and mental health, and neurosurgery. So the Downstate Global Neuroscience Initiative was formed when I started at Downstate about 1.5 years ago and met some colleagues in neurology who had similar ideas about global disparities in access to neuroscientific care and the fact that we should do something about that, both at home and abroad, wherever home is. So the DGNI is an international consortium of neuroscience clinicians and researchers committed to achieving global health equity. We aim to investigate, characterize, and respond to the unmet need for healthcare in all populations, burdened by diseases and injuries affecting the human nervous system. We pursue local and global partnerships focused on research, education, capacity development, and advocacy centering global health equity neuroscience. Another thing about capacity development, here's some pictures here from our first site visit as DGNI to the UE campus earlier this year, and then subsequently the first DGNI Symposium that we also had here at the Global Center. We learned that capacity development can mean different things in different spaces. And so we often refer to capacity development in the development world, the USAID world. And we have more recently appreciated the role that research capacity development can play in advancing our goals in the development capacity development. And so that's more from the Fogarty world. And so that kind of research certainly lives at the heart of our goals and objectives. So research, education, and capacity development, multiply defined, as well as advocacy. So with research, we want to characterize the burden of disease in terms of neuroscientific disease and identify gaps in education that we can work with our partners to address. And this is bi-directional. This is not high-income country to low-income country per se. Education-wise, creating neuroscience curricula that respond to the health needs and priorities of underserved populations and the physicians and healthcare workers who take care of them, and promoting workforce development and training opportunities in neuroscience. And then in terms of capacity development, I've already nodded to this idea of development. We like the 4 S's, staff, stuff, space, and systems that help to characterize the general requirements. I think Partners in Health recently added a 5th S, social support, but broad ways of thinking about what are all the health system requirements for delivering health services in an underserved community. And then advocacy-wise, we want to raise awareness of neurohealth disparities and promote equitable resource allocation locally and globally. So this is some of what we have going on. I will focus at the bottom in the rest of my talk. I am a neurosurgeon, and so I engage much more in the global neurosurgery-related work, but I'm certainly a willing and interested partner for a variety of reasons in some of these other initiatives we have going on, such as the Global Neurology Education collaborations that offers these lectures in a neurology grand round style. So the Downstate Department of Neurology is engaged in coordinating this with our UE internal medicine trainees and neurology faculty. And this SUNY UE Advanced Stroke Centers in the Caribbean, which is a pipeline system that's been put together through the partnership of the World Stroke Organization and affiliated regional societies to establish and advance the creation of advanced stroke centers in Latin America and the Caribbean. And then a SUNY Downstate Global Neurology Didactic Series, which is an internal educational series of which I've been part that aims to prepare our residents to engage in global neurology. So these last two, SHN and the DGNL, are what I will speak a little bit more about. Okay, I was asked to offer these updates on the Global Neurology Education Initiative that we're retooling to better assess participant learning from the lectures that we've already done in that initiative. We are organizing bi-directional global neurology observership pathways to work towards an exchange program of residents and faculty, and currently preparing curricula, speakers, and dates for the spring IM internal medicine resident series. Okay, so what is SHN? As I said, I'm the son of Haitian immigrants, and my global health career started in 2010 after that terrible earthquake down there. And then it took a life of its own. So everything I've done in neurosurgery, I've done to become an ambassador of American neurosurgery in Haiti. And that has led to a lot of engagement with the Haitian community locally and globally. And this organization represents that. We're a truly global organization, members in 7 countries, over 100 members at this point, all of Haitian ethnic or cultural heritage in some way, all specialized or subspecialized in some neuroscientific discipline. Of note, in most of these disciplines, we have few or none of these specialties currently practiced in Haiti. And so one of our goals has been to come together to change that. So our mission to promote the basic clinical and translational neurosciences in Haiti by the creation of the conditions necessary for their advancement. And then to enhance and advocate for health equity in neurological and mental health, and to foster collaborations between Haitian neuroscientists. Okay, so here's a group of our, several of my colleagues in our leadership. We've done several things besides getting established. We have supported education in Haiti primarily through virtual lectures, although with some in-person collaborative conferences with partnering societies. We've developed a mentorship platform, a mental health platform, and most recently, in some of our advocacy work, those of you who are following what's going on in Haiti, there is a conflict at the border between Haiti and the Dominican Republic, which in some ways is history repeating itself. But we had a dialogue with Dominican and Haitian scholars who came together and had a really fruitful conversation that we're looking to build on. And that goes more into the what conditions do you need to have in place in the first place to safely deliver neuroscientific care. So that's SHN. This is my last slide. So in the global neurosurgery laboratory, given the transnational nature of global health and global neurosurgery, I'm clear that even the work I'm doing in my community in Brooklyn has global implications. And in fact, in this research initiative, the molecular epidemiology of TBI in Black populations, I was awarded a $50,000 grant to look at two aspects of health disparity in traumatic brain injury, both a clinical disparity in traumatic brain injury outcome, where Black patients, broadly defined, do worse than white patients in the United States and elsewhere. And then the second disparity is the historical exclusion of Black populations from the very research that seeks to advance care in these areas. So we're working on changing that, and we have a nascent relationship with a neurosurgeon in Nigeria who wants to look at some similar questions in terms of the genetic aspect, the heritable aspect of TBI outcome, and several other things that I don't have time to get into. But we're doing some neurosurgical capacity building in the Caribbean, not only newly with UE, but also with partners in a few other islands and island nations. The Haitian Wellbeing Study is a 10-year study led by a research psychologist at the University of Miami that seeks to understand the determinants of Haitian health and well-being, both in Haiti as well as throughout the diaspora. And so Downstate is a collaborating partner of that study. And then I have a variety of projects and partnerships and collaborations at different stages of development in the global surgery and global neurosurgery space in the countries I've listed here. So I'm sure I'm over my time. Thank you for your attention. Happy to engage in our conversation.
Really quite a group of characters here to finish up the day. So I'll just add my own little bias to get us going, that if everything you heard today occurred in one building, this would be a no-brainer. But because we're trying to organize everything across SUNY, it requires a challenge. So we've asked this group of experts to come and help us figure out kind of a strategy of going forward. So this all gets to the point where there's so much research funding coming in that people don't know what to do with it.
Thank you, Gene. I'm John Tomaszewski. I am actually a pathologist, a laboratory medicine physician, and I have to say that global does impact local. In COVID, the reason that we got tests going in the first 5, 6, 7 days was because we had been doing some of this hepatitis C stuff with Andy Talal. We actually had an instrument that was specifically for the research thing, and we were able to turn it over into the first test in Buffalo. So it really does work that way. So thank you. So we have we're the last part of this this session, but it's going to be the best. So let's start with David Cristini, and David is Senior Vice President for Research at SUNY Downstate. And we're supposed to be talking about the role of SVPRs in enhancing cross-campus research. All right, so David Cristini, SVPR for SUNY Downstate.
Okay, hi everybody. Thank you, Jack and Jean, for running this, and it's our pleasure out of our office to be able to support this initiative and continue supporting this initiative. It's really fantastic cross SUNY initiative that is, on the merits doing fantastic stuff. And from the perspective of Downstate, it really also meshes really well with our institutional mission. For those of you who have never visited Downstate, I encourage you and invite you to take a trip over or under the river to the most exciting borough in New York City and visit us. And what you'll see is that we are located in a very underserved, underprivileged neighborhood, and it's very it really is the fundamental mission of what we do as an institution is trying to advance the healthcare and health equity of both our local population, and that really there's a real continuum between that and what this group is working on globally. Jack asked me to talk about some things that are happening in between campuses, and in particular, on there's one photo collage up here, something that we've been involved in, and it really I think shows the strength of intercampus interaction. So this is a collaboration between Downstate, University at Albany, and down at the very bottom on the left, there's this icon, something called the Health Innovation Exchange, which is a UN institute organization located in Geneva that my counterpart, Kesh, the VPR at UAlbany, has worked with for a number of years, that is very active in a number of areas of global health. Some of you may know them, largely in poorer countries around the world. UAlbany, as we heard earlier, has a tremendous new initiative in AI, and together, so this brought together this idea of utilizing that, both their supercomputer and many of their new push to develop something called the Global Center for AI and Mental Health. And this was a launch event that happened in this building. There's the photos show the provost of SUNY, Shadi Sadvik, up in the left, the president of UAlbany, Javidan Rodriguez, down at the bottom, President Riley from Downstate. And there's a lot of energy around the idea of utilizing AI for mental health. A lot of it's being run by startup companies that you know, they have their own interests. We are all concerned as part of this that the information that's going to be used to inform the models may not accurately, appropriately reflect underserved and underrepresented populations. And that's something that we're really trying to bring to the table together with the specialists, the AI specialists at UAlbany and the School of Public Health at UAlbany, and the downstate patient and community population and our practitioners there. So keep your eyes and ears tuned. It's very early in the stage of that. And anybody who's interested in that, I'd be happy to talk more afterwards. More broadly about the topic at hand, how vice presidents of research can stimulate activity between campuses. I've obviously come from a biased position because I am one, but I interact with my colleagues at the other campuses frequently. We have regular standing meetings, and I think that compared to the deans and provosts at the campuses, I think that there's a bit more of the ear to the ground of the VPRs. It's what we do all the time, is we're focused on research as opposed to the other positions. So I encourage you to think of them as your allies and the people who have kind of the ability to get the attention of the chancellor, who's fantastic. I've had a couple of really good conversations with him. He's very focused on SUNY cross-campus interactions. We have a new, as you all I'm sure know, we have a new provost, Ramasubramanian, who started the beginning of this month. I haven't had a chance to bend his ear yet, but when I do, it's going to be about the strength that we bring together by working together as a system. And so with that, I guess I think I already went over what I was supposed to, but I'll pass it on.
Gene told me that we were supposed to be prompt, so I think you're good. Thank you. So
can we ask one question?
Absolutely. Yeah.
So, you know, the whole concept of systemness is something that came up a few chancellors ago, and that is, i.e., facilitating cross-campus collaborations. I think it's a bit of a dream unfulfilled, and I'm just wondering, are you suggesting that we can really look to the SVPRs to help provide that glue, at least around the research piece? Because it's been difficult, for example, just garnering any support for this effort at the level of the provost and above.
I think there's a good possibility through the VPRs to accomplish this. I think SUNY woefully underfunds research at the system level. the Shadi Sandvik, who showed up there, who was the provost in charge at the time. She's the vice chancellor for research. She has an office of like 4 or 5 people or something like that, which for a system the size of SUNY is frankly an embarrassment. And so I think that but the campuses we each have somebody who's charged with focusing on it, and we want to work together, and we all realize, or I think we all realize, that we're stronger together. And so I think there's you will find people who are thinking the same way in terms of, so I think that's really the place to start.
Thank you.
Super. Well, why don't we move on? So the next speaker, I guess, Patricia Diaz and Alan Landy will be talking about building global partnerships. So Pat, you want to start it?
Thank you. Yeah, so we have some slides to share. So maybe while we get started, I just use the time to to tell you that basically what I'll show you is just an example of how we successfully and actually pretty fast build a partnership. And this is not an example of an intercampus collaboration, but it can tell you how much forming partnerships is important, and having entities like this one is very important to promote efforts of other faculty and to kind of spread the word and motivate other faculty to do similar things. So this all started really because of Jean that sent me an email and said, hey, you know, this is what I do. Would you be interested in doing this? I said, oh, that sounds good. Then a few months later, I saw actually an opportunity, a funding opportunity, an RFA. So I emailed back and I said, oh, I just saw this and I actually think it would be interesting to do this. So it's really started with a specific funding opportunity, and then we built this partnership. So these are the co-PIs in this D43 training program that we just got awarded this summer. And this program is to build research capacity to study periodontitis and associated systemic comorbidities in the Caribbean. And it was funded by an RFA for non-communicable diseases, in which both Fogarty and the Dental Institute at NIH provided funding. So we have a partnership with UWI, with Professor Paul Brown, in the Department of Basic Medical Sciences, who's the PI in Jamaica, and with Professor Landy in Rush University as well. And I am a dentist, I'm a periodontist, and my research is on periodontal disease. So we thought, well, this is a very much non-studied non-communicable disease. And so the next thing we did was to identify the need. So first of all, there were 0 studies on prevalence of periodontitis in Jamaica. So there was a need to understand better the prevalence of periodontitis in the island. And so we identified the partners in Jamaica, and we wrote the application and we got a notice of award in the summer of this year. So this is just a program that is starting. As I said, the idea is to establish a research training program in Jamaica to study periodontitis and the factors associated with it. And periodontitis is a disease that is associated with other non-communicable diseases like diabetes, cardiovascular disease. So the idea is to establish cohorts where we can look at cofactors that determine periodontitis prevalence in Jamaica. And the strategy to do this is to establish human clinical cohorts in the island, one of children and adolescents and one on patients that are being treated for cardiometabolic disease, with the idea that this will be a long-term plan and a resource that can stay in Jamaica and that can provide training opportunities for a lot, hopefully many generations. This goes with the idea of creating a biobank where we can store all this information together with storing all the clinical data. And this is really it. We start with a low number of trainees because we want to really start with a solid foundation. We have postdoctoral fellows, which are dentist scientists who we are going to train to do clinical research. and basic science trainees as well. And they will spend 6 months in the US and then the rest of their training in Jamaica. So we just want to show you this example of how we kind of leverage what was already happening not in another campus, but in a university at Buffalo with the GDI program. And we leverage that to build another training program in a different type of disease, also producing those partnerships. And I think that's it.
Do you want to go, Alan? Yep.
I'll say a few words. So although I'm not from the SUNY system, I've been working with Gene Morris and have known Gene for probably 30 years from the HIV world that we worked in through the AIDS Clinical Trial Group program. And so I became part of the original Global Infectious Disease D43 with Katie and John Lindo and Gene. I'm the immunology core, so I had a good association. So I think, again, as you begin to create these collaborations, they grow and grow. And then I came in because I've been doing non-communicable diseases in HIV. I've been doing HIV research for 42 years. Now I'm doing everything in aging. I've moved as a chairman of the Department of Immunology at Rush, so I have a 40 years history of immunologist. Now I'm a professor of geriatrics, and so all of my work is in geroscience, aging, and I'm working to build that not only locally but also globally now in terms of aging research and collaborations, as you heard today from Jack DeHovitz and Deborah Gustafson, who are thinking about aging in other areas. And then we're also collaborating with this, the Global Infectious Disease Group, and with Katie and Adam Wakeman around dengue immunology in looking at oral samples to actually look for immunity to dengue within the population in Jamaica. So there's lots of synergy. I think there's lots of opportunities to work together. And as I've seen, as somebody more from the outside and talking with Jack and Gene over the years, great opportunities. I also work with the Abbott Pandemic Defense Coalition. I was one of the initial sites in Chicago, and with all the 20 sites, I'm a consultant to Abbott to work more from the host. They deal with the pathogens, so engage Gene, and then Charles Mapungo from Zimbabwe, and John Lindo and Josh Anzinger. So it's all about a community, and a community that comes together and creates tremendous global collaboration.
Maybe I can ask a question at this point. So, Pat, you talked about the students, and Alan, you talked about these international networks. And it seems to me that we have an opportunity to leverage both us, here, and these international networks. And maybe the students are like the levers for this whole thing. At UB, we've been in India a couple times this past year, setting up centers of excellence and MOUs with 4 going on 5 IITs. The quality of these students is amazing, and they certainly enhance our programs. And they're this connection back to, the programs that need to be on the ground in India to, and develop their programs. So I was wondering if you could talk about the synergy of networks.
Well, could I just make a point, because one of the APDC sites is in India. It's Sunil Solomon, a professor from Hopkins, and his department at Hopkins, the ID department, is now developing the All India Infectious Disease Institute in Pune. So now they have co-funding from the Indian government. So here's another opportunity where they've actually they're building a huge facility, and we'll have all the laboratory and all the other infrastructure to be there on the ground in India. So I think these are and I can't agree more about training, and that's what we're looking at. So the APDC connections, where Gene plays a role in the APDC, is how do we use the students that Charles is training, or that John's been training, like Tiffany Butterfield, who's my PhD student. She's that next generation of a new faculty that John hired recently as a new faculty on the ground. And what am I doing? We're writing an R21 tomorrow morning. My first call at 8 a.m. is with Jamaica.
Why aren't you doing it today?
Well, I'm here today. But anyways, I can't agree more. I think the substrate for all the work that you've just alluded to are the students that are coming out of all these programs that I think create great opportunity.
The other thing that I've learned is that, biological sciences and the physical sciences have completely blurred. And when we were talking about these programs, people in physics and CS and all these things really have to learn to interact across the biological sphere and vice versa. So, yes, you had a question? Comment? No? Maybe later. Thank you. All right. Charles.
Yeah. I was just generally asking that perhaps now that we are functioning at a whole state level, that when we are looking at going global, maybe we ought to pay attention to perhaps what the federal policy might be for competitiveness abroad.
Yes.
Is there somebody that an office maybe that might help in developing a system that the New York State can then use, synchronize itself with the federal government's policy on competitiveness abroad?
Questions for the panel? Competitiveness abroad and our interaction with the feds.
I need a microphone at this point, but I think the key is just aligning the priorities with each country so that, the training that occurs here eventually leads to the capacity building there.
Right.
Then different agencies that want to provide the funding will be very happy to do that.
Charles, if I could just sort of take a page out of my experience in India. So the reason that it's actually happening now, it's a possibility, is there really is this Indo-US initiative. And at our conclaves and conferences, we had DOD and other major players there sort of coalescing the agendas. And I think that's really important to make these things go forward. I agree with you. Yes, Alan.
I think one of the things is when you have the students and they get really outstanding training and they go back, it's the sustainability of the infrastructure, because I've been working with Gene and John in Jamaica. And so even when I'm running this grant, a lot of the work has to be done in my lab or my collaborator's lab at Vanderbilt, because the technology that we want to have to be competitive on an NIH level is not available. And we want it to be there, but John might want to comment, and his role is how does he raise the capital to have that kind of infrastructure available? Because we can train and have people go back and be hugely successful, but that's one of the limitations.
Indeed, it is a limitation, and we are seeking novel ways. And one of the issues we also have is that when you have a highly trained person and they're now become competitive, they are headhunted. And if they are in my lab, which is challenged, and they are headhunted by somebody with a really nice fancy equipment. So that's one of the things that the consortium is looking at. In fact, we have scheduled a laboratory meeting to see how can we find ways of providing those tools. And I mentioned the APDC this morning in my talk, and from that has come equipment and support. We've had a new sequencing lab set up because we had a COVID pandemic. So those are just novel ways that we can, and Prof. Morris wants to say something.
I want to go back to our last two speakers, but I do want to get it back to the VPRs, because they're responsible for all the nice research cores that exist within SUNY. So it's really okay to be writing grants where those cores are bringing in work, as long as over 5, 7, 10 years, the capacity is being built in the country where the research is being done. So we try to make it a win-win situation, but it's not really being heard that well.
Yes.
No, I just think as a mentor, we need to really facilitate the, drafting and publications, as well as attendance at professional meetings. So that's been one thing that we've really been pushing ahead with our at least supplements to the D43s, because those are the things that provide the energy for the early stage investigators to keep going on, right? If they can go to a meeting, they present an abstract, they have actual hands-on experience. So those are gears in the wheel that need to be greased as well. Because the funding won't come without that, right? We got to show the deliverables.
It's portfolio development.
Yeah,
Yep.
exactly.
So John, I'd like to comment on that. So, the power of SUNY really is in two forms. One is the people that you've talked about. The other is the data that you haven't talked about yet. I mean, where we can get together and do those. And I think that can lend synergies across programs beyond Fogarty. I'm heavily involved with the CTSA consortium nationally, run informatics for them. And I know what the national resource is like for data in the country. And I can tell you it's rich. And I can also tell you that the New York system is equal to or better than most other groups in total. And that, would be comparable with California, and Texas, but otherwise we're, clearly the largest. And it would make us all more competitive to use that data to our advantage as a common resource. And many of us think that that's going to be important to do. And I made a little progress with the state of New York recently in leveraging some of their data from health to make it available in the state of New York for us to all use together more, what would be the word, egalitarianly. And I'll be telling you more about that, but that's not what I'm going to talk about. But I really wanted to say that because I think that if you actually leverage the other grants that are around the Fogarty in our institution, and we start to pool our data in a common and interoperable way, that will generate many more opportunities than a new piece of equipment would, I'm sorry to say, even though it's great. And you guys did in the other, some of like the Oxford nanopore sequencing technology, which is cheaper, can be used on a laptop in any country. I don't know how well everybody's taken advantage of that kind of availability of technology where a little bit of blood and you can get sequencing within 24 hours on a laptop. So there's things that are being done to democratize technologies that otherwise were extremely expensive. Sorry, I just did that for you, but I think honestly, it's a global civil society. And now can anyone not say that what happens in Wuhan, China doesn't affect people in other places, right? No, what happens anywhere in the world affects us in the entire world, right? So we have to be, I think, more cognizant of that.
So one quick comment, and then we'll go to Shrikant. About related, Peter, in addition to the data that's already collected, the strength of SUNY is very clear among the academic medical centers and hospitals in terms of being attractive to clinical trials and companies that are having clinical trials. So we've been working a lot with Upstate and the clinical trials team there out of the VPR's office, who are ahead of what we have been at Downstate. We've been using some of what they do within the SUNY system to kind of get our act together, and we're now forming a network that hopefully will enable a company that is interested in a very diverse patient population to accomplish that with sort of one set of contracts, as opposed to negotiating with each of the institutions, because as we know, the patient demographics of our downstate population are very different than, say, at upstate. And if a pharma company can get access to both with only one set of negotiations, and that's just those two campuses, but we're talking more broadly than that.
The CROs are using PCORNet now, and so we have to get into PCORNet as a system, because that's where they've come and settled on in order to do that recruitment. They don't come to your individual system that you think you have. They're not coming to Trinetics to get the data. They're coming to PCORNet to get that data. All the big CROs and people like Duke have popularized that from their Duke Clinical Research Institute. So if we want to get those patients into trials, we need to have ready PIs to put on them at each of our sites. And then two is we need to present the data in a way that they're going to see it.
Okay, Srikanth. Oh, this seems to be a very interesting discussion. So, okay, so I have some slides to present. Okay, my name is Srikanth and I present the company CTIS. I think I'm the only non-academia person here. Could be wrong, but so I have learned a lot of things today. It has been a very eye-opener for me. Some great discussion going on. So I just want to present industry's perspective on this, like how you think and what we can do to collaborate with the academia, how we both together can foster collaboration, improve the overall research goals, and also the health outcomes. Okay, I'm not going to go over the agenda, but so CTIS is a women-owned small business in Rockwell. We have more than 25 years experience providing software engineering solutions to the NIH. And we also had contracts with DoD, CMS, and other federal institutes. One of our flagship program is with the NCI. We had a cancer therapy evaluation program. And we've been doing this system for the last 5 cycles. That's almost like 20 plus years. And we also develop enterprise systems for the NIAID and NHLBI. For the NIAID, we first started with the Division of AIDS. We developed their first enterprise system back in 2003, started in 2003. And then now we have gone to the other divisions of the NIAID, and we developed a NIAID-wide clinical research management system. We did similar work with the NHLBI, and also we did with NIMHD, we did a grant with them for the minority health disparity. In addition to that, we also have worked with the hospital systems, Innova Health System, which was primarily based in Northern Virginia. We helped them to fulfill the meaningful use requirements. We maintained their master patient index, and of course, the healthcare transaction base, which provides the services for the data normalization, customer defense, security auditing, and business process enablement. So overall, we are primarily a government contractor in the federal health space. But as a company, we have a lot of history in working with the grants and direct contact with academic institutions and hospital systems to support the medical and clinical programs. Our founder, Raj Shah, he passed away last year. He has a strong sense of global health and how the technology should help the final beneficiary, the patient outcomes. We have worked with the University of Colorado Cancer Center. We had active partnerships with the Johns Hopkins University, University of Maryland, and right now we're lucky to participate with the SUNY on one of the grants. Our company also provided the foundational grant for the setup of the GVN, which is a global virus network. Okay, as a starting grant. Our employees are based both in USA and also in India. And we have a board member, Dr. Sharon Hanko. She was the former deputy director and for the poverty, and also the former president of GVN, who will always remind us and guide us on the concurrence of the local and global health issues and how technology should be used to further the global health. Thanks. Okay, so before we go what CTS does, I wanted to just briefly touch within, how industry and the academia, we can work together to develop the collaborations. I think the key thing that we all have to do was the 3 roles, the students, the industry, and the academia. We need to have an open communication, which is based upon knowledge transfer, information sharing, and a sense of trust. Okay, because as you all know that academia and the industry always have different goals and different cultures from where we come from. Because from industry point of view, we always look at a proprietary knowledge and also think about what is the end goal line, like sustainability. for the operations of that. Okay, and academia will be more interested in the research area. So for us to effectively work together, I think there has to be stronger sense of communication and also trust among the stakeholders. So this is a general slide about like the benefits that we all both can get by doing a collaboration. It has been proven in the past that this kind of collaboration between academia and the industry would generate creativity and innovation, and the industry will benefit while getting this in the subject matter experts and the a talented pool of students that can come from the universities, which could help them in the industry. And the academia can benefit from the additional fundings and also access to relevant information, and also be able to jumpstart their research because the industry can provide the tools and the technology and the people who are already experienced in delivering certain solutions. So that would definitely faster than their research. CTI's differentiators, just want to highlight it out. We have been trusted partner with long experience with NIH. Like I said, we have been working for more than 25 years on that. We have done partnerships with multiple universities via grants, and also we work with contracts. The thing that we bring was the speed. Like I said, because we already have worked with different institutes and setting up systems and everything. So we will have be able to bring your solution quickly onto the speed and also the ease of engagement. So these are the different types of collaborations that we did. I'm not going to go through each of them, but mainly we did with NIMHD, Minority Health and Health Disparity. We did a policy consortium to identify social determinants of health. We did it in Prince George's County, Maryland, and our partner is Bowie University, which is a historically black college. With a key partner with John Hopkins University, we did run a HEPLINK study in Tanzania, and we are currently working with John Hopkins University India team, which I think Ilya numbers are mentioned in Pune. We are working on them for a Pragati study, and also we did a study for Hep C link in Pakistan. And with the University of Maryland, we developed a couple of apps and applications. One is My Barbershop. This was supposed to help promote the education about the clinical trials and take feedback from the disadvantaged communities at the barbershop. So we named the application My Barbershop, which is supposed to be posted at the barbershops, at the participating barbershops, and we collect feedback from them.
Wasn't about how to get a haircut.
We thought that that would be an excellent point of communication for people coming in, especially. Okay, with the SUNY and the UWI, we have applied for and got approval for a T43 supplement. This was exploring the cloud solutions to enhance the global infectious disease research training. The purpose was to migrate the viral surveillance data to the cloud and to allow users at multiple sites to have access to design novel research programs. In this, what CTIS will do was we'll identify the best strategy to migrate the data into the cloud. We'll migrate the data and, of course, train users across the multiple sites to access the data in the cloud for research purposes. And also, we'll assess user experience through survey instruments. So in addition to migrating the data to the cloud, we are also putting in data analytics solutions on top of it to be able to provide more insights for the researchers who are looking. So these are the possible areas of collaboration. I think the academia and also the industry can work on. Shift to the cloud. A lot of data still exists. I know the big universities who have a lot of funding, they can do the cloud themselves, but there will be a case where a lot of mid-sized universities or small universities do not have the resources to move the data to the cloud, but can definitely get the advantage by moving to the cloud. So we can collaborate with those kind of setups or programs or universities that need that help. And also using the technology for the collaboration, the breakthrough analytics, generative AI, conversational AI. A lot of technology was coming in. I think this technology should help us move the industry and the academia to collaborate to bring the benefits of this new technology to the end users, that is the patients. That's all from me.
So Srikanth, you're an industry leader. What do you look for in an academic partner?
So academia, we look at like, a brain pool of talent, okay, new research ideas. Okay, so there has to be a congruence of what the academia needs and what the industry needs. Okay, you have great ideas. We look at from like, is it sustainable? Is this research is going to be beneficial? Okay, so again, like I said, there are two divergent views of how the data should go. Okay, so we look at from both from a commercialization point of view and how it would go to the end user, the patient, okay, and how that would work as a sustainable operational model for the future. So I think when we have these two sets of people, okay, so we can definitely leverage from the talent and the new ideas and do the research, and then we can make it operational and make it a long-standing one. Then we can take the benefits of the research to the patients in the clinical outcomes.
So you're interested in partners that go from bench to bedside, really?
Yes, I think, if we do it that way, I think, the more we collaborate, I think the more the benefits of the research will be there. Because if a university spends so much time researching something, and then after the funding is done, you submit a paper and then you're done, but the benefits of that research are not being passed on to the patient. I think that's where the industry can contribute. They can make a meaningful partnerships. And of course, that requires a lot of understanding about each other's goals and design a way, because in the past, if you see the history, I read some articles, till 1970 or 80, industry used to do like 80% of the research. But after that, slowly industry has moved away, and the universities, academia now started depending upon the government, which is providing most of the funding. So if you look at it right now, the 90% of the research is funded by government now. But I still think that, yes, government can still fund the research, but I think the industry and the academia can collaborate to bring more technologies and more research to the patient.
Alan.
Question maybe from from the vice presidents of research perspective about innovation centers and how you work with industry to promote that as a way of creating that sort of sandbox of getting industry and academia together. Do you have that kind of environment that allows it to happen very organically and grow? And how do you work with other communities? In Chicago, we have a lot of groups growing up. Portal Innovations is there, coming from John Flavin, who started a whole innovation center, University of Chicago. And now the whole University of Chicago is educating all of the medical schools, go through a program, all the medical students there on innovation to look at alternative in terms of not just being practicing physicians, but being innovators and developing maybe their own company. So I'm also thinking from a global perspective, how do you create that kind of platform in education?
I know a number of the SUNY campuses, downstate included, have incubators that are affiliated with the campus. So we have 2 incubators at downstate with about 35 companies between them. But what we haven't done very well is connect those companies broadly to the university and the people at the university. There are some small connections, but we're really looking to have educational programs. Like, for example, a master's in biotechnology entrepreneurialism through our graduate school. That's something that's pretty high on my wish list. I know that Upstate has a tremendously been very successful in recent years in biotechnology. They have a company, Quadrant Biosciences, which made $1 gazillion in COVID, and a lot of that is coming back into Upstate directly, and they're going to be reinvesting. So I think the success stories are underscore how important this can be for SUNY and for advancing biotechnology broadly.
Well, one of the things is, and my colleague from Africa may want to comment, I work in the HIV space, and one of the things that comes up is they want to do cure studies in Africa for HIV, but they want the technology developed there. They want the companies in Africa for Africa. So how do you look at bringing that into the countries that are represented here, where you're working on a global basis of bringing the science and, like you said, creating the educational pathways, but then it's creating, like I think Charles is doing and they're trying to doing in Zimbabwe, and then maybe in Jamaica, maybe in Georgia, maybe other countries around the world. I think that's where the SUNY system could be a great partner in helping create that globalization from the industry perspective.
I think that's a great idea, and something as we, at least on our campus, start to think about the type of program I just mentioned, we should envision it to be broader than just working, say, with our local incubator, and we can.
So it's all about data. And maybe, Peter, you can talk about the criticality of data diversity.
Okay, and now for something completely different. So, I agree with everybody what they've said about the global reach of this and the power of SUNY, but I want to kick it up a notch from millions to billions to trillions, and we're going to talk a little bit on a different scale here. So, you know, I just didn't want to recapitulate what everybody else said, so I decided I was going to be a little different. So the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank, you know, give huge amounts of money around the world to really push forward global health initiatives. The smallest project they fund is 50 million, but they think in trillions, you know, they think in trillions. And human health is one of the best indicators of GDP in the world, okay? But currently, the way we envision human health is by death rates. And it dawned on me several years ago that the point of life was not death, right? You guys agree? Point of life is not death. The point of life is wellness. The point of life is doing the right thing, being able to be productive, and for as many years as you can to be active in all this. And as I get older, you know, this is what I want in life, right? So we thought about how we could define these axes, and we pushed this framework through ISO. And you can see that that death's still in there, but human function, conditions, well-being are in there, health behaviors, social factors, environmental factors, genetic factors, these all matter. And then, of course, socioeconomic factors. Accessibility, appropriateness, competence, continuity, efficiency, safety, and effectiveness of these. And this all has to do with these axes right here. So there are a lot of non-medical determinants of health. You not only health behaviors, and now we know social determinants of health are really important, but social and community factors, environmental factors, genetic factors, and changing genetic factors. We have a paper coming out about how climate change can affect your genome so that you can have a differential response to some biologic threat. It comes right back home. So we decided that we would propose to ISO in the world, and if you don't know this, in many countries in the world, ISO standards are mandated. I mean, if it goes out there, they don't have their own standards organizations. If it goes out and approved by ISO, they are mandated to adopt it. Now, in the United States, standards are voluntary, but in many countries, they're not. So people care deeply about this. So we actually made this computable. So you could measure the information that people would need to know in order to be able to fund people by wellness. And we're still trying to get it through ISO, but they called me this year, said, you got to bring this back. So you think about this, these are formal models that are codified from our health data to be able to roll up what we do to get to well-being. My voice is not that good, but I just wanted to give you that, you know, right? And the idea is that we got to use all our data. I got to go through fast. I have a lot of slides, so I'm just going to do this. And we've got to think about how that rolled up. We all know how important data was for predictions in the pandemic. We know how many types of data that we have right now. They're all over the place. And then, you know, here are just examples of ways we've used public data and medical data for public health biosurveillance. And of course, big data comes in lots of forms. It can have, variability, it can have volume, it can have veracity problems, it can have velocity of the data, it can have the variety of the data types that we have. And now we get to machine learning. Now, a lot of people are talking about machine learning. Everybody who sees all the money that's coming in with AI, all of a sudden says, yep, I'm a machine learning person. They do. Well, I'm on the board of AMIA, which is the informaticians machine learning. I'm on the board of the ACM SIG-Bio, which is the computer science view of machine learning. I'm on the board of EMBS, which is the biomedical engineers view of AI and machine learning. I'm here to tell you, I know what I'm talking about this stuff. And if you listen, you'll learn something and you'll find that it's a really interesting and bright world in our future, but we have to be careful. There's a few things we have to be very careful about. So we're going to talk about that if we give me time, and he's going to pull me off. So of course, there's deep fakes like this one that came out, you guys saw that probably. Here's another one, and these are all done by generative adversarial networks. Okay, you can see all this stuff. Okay, so I'm going to give you, here's my deep fake, okay? So generative networks are being used for all kinds of new purposes, and we have to be careful about that. So here's a picture of me. I'm a human, okay? Here's a picture of me after it goes through a machine learning algorithm. Here's after it goes back again and changes it to me as a merge thing. And then eventually there's a discriminator that comes back and creates the model just for me. And now you can say, oh, here's Peter at the beach. Here's me at a sunset, or here's me doing dancing or doing something else. And it's the iterative form of these that's becoming better and better and doing this. You guys have probably seen that. I love these slides. So there's lots of sources of unstructured data. There's lots of data types. You've seen them all. And things that we can't get, but we need, like opinions and behavioral health. We do NLP work in my laboratory, and we can pull all of this data out and put it into a structured form. And I think that if you take data and you use it for something, you get information. If you apply that information to some new problem, you get knowledge, and that leads to intelligence, which will improve our clinical outcomes. So we use ontology for this. Now, if those of you who don't know what that word is, I don't want you to learn a new word. I did not say oncology. I said ontology. Okay, thank you for laughing at that. I really appreciate it. So ontology allows you to do this very simple thing, which is to look at the same area of interest based on your perspective in multiple but consistent views. And this is an incredibly powerful concept that can be brought into our AI. We use the basic formal ontology, which has been adopted as an ISO standard by the military, developed at UB, and the ontology of general medical sciences. And then underneath it, we use SNOMED, LOINC, and RX norm. And then we do something special. We take these, 2 minutes. We're not going to get the whole talk done in 2 minutes, but I'll do the best. He doesn't have a water gun, so he's in trouble. I don't know. He better have a hook or something. That's right. So we actually codify sentences out of these codes. So they're now semantic triples that can be built into networks that we can use to understand reasoning. Now, these LLMs you've heard of, they can't reason. They only know a statistical model of what the likelihood of the next word given a string of words is. Okay, so what we did was we sent our machine learning medical models to medical school. We taught them how we speak. We taught them the literature. We taught them the clinical guidelines. We taught them the drug databases. We taught them the order sets and discharge checklists, and then we taught them cases. And then we trained models. We trained a model, and this is a particular model. Some of you are doing the same kind of research. You'll like this. This was a set of 178,000 people in the state of New York that were in the OASIS treatment centers for opioid use. And those people, we checked to see if we could predict either overdose or death events, okay? And we used the exact same data. We did it both with the pre-trained embeddings that we had and without. And we were able to find that not only were the ones that had medical knowledge more accurate, but they were less biased. As you start to actually remove data from the data set randomly, or you actually inject bad data into the data set, it degraded much more slowly. This means for the first time, we have some control over these LLMs and what they can do. And we're building large language models that understand semantics. But, and some of the problems, you guys know, bias, and we really have to make sure that the AI algorithms don't kill us all. I'm pretty sure after they become sentient, it'll take them 20 milliseconds to figure out the problem with the planet is human beings, right? So we have to put some guardrails on that, right? Yeah, because I like human beings. So let's say in our view, you have large language models and we're training them with semantic understanding now. So they have a semantic layer. So we have a question, it goes through NLP, comes up with these semantic triples. We push it into a layer in the large language model that understands that kind of codified data. It finds all the associations we know in medicine about the triples that they're looking at that are in these compressed data sets. And then that gets translated into an attention layer. And then from the attention layer, it gets into a feed forward layer. That feed forward layer goes into the rest of the LLM. And what we do is we translate back into English the semantic statements, because the large language model doesn't know anything about codes. However, it's important because the wealth of textual data that's in those large language models is useful in producing intelligent human readable responses. So we can now think about how we're going to take advantage of both a semantically accurate and less biased kind of machine learning algorithm and use that with the same richness of expression that we get out of these 70 billion large language models. And I was going to show you examples, but I'm probably going to stop because I'm getting the, anybody who wants the slides, let me know, and I'm happy to discuss it and take questions whenever it's easy.
Thank you, Peter. Could you talk to us a little bit about how SUNY is doing, or how could we do better at data sharing and data use agreements? Is there any possibility because we're all under the same general counsel, is there any possibility to kind of smooth things over so we could, within IRB allowances and HIPAA compliance?
So there's a new capability. It's called PPRL, which is Privacy Protecting Record Linkage, which is available, and we have it at UB. It's free. It was free to us because it's CTSA, but everybody could get it. That allows you to share limited data sets without risk of re-identification, and you use an honest broker to do it. And it's a one-way hash from your clinical data, and that one-way hash is what gets matched to know if you have two people, a person that's at Buffalo who also got care at your place, right? So, and it's possible. I mean, if something happened to me here, I might end up in your hospital and you could take care of me, and I have a record there and a record there. And it'd be nice to be able to merge people so you don't double count, right? So for the people that have their own hospitals, it should be a slam dunk. It really should, because we have control over the situation. The real challenges for us, like Kaleida Health and UCMC, and in our region, we also have the Catholic system, and we own none of those hospitals, okay? They're our partners, but we don't own them. But we have affiliation agreements, and every single time we go into the affiliation agreements, my dean, she's watching, she tells me, or all the deans that I've had have told me, I'm going to get data sharing into this contract. Still, we don't have it, but maybe soon. I'm hoping, please, if she's listening. And the idea is that we need, as part of our affiliation agreements with our hospitals, to be able to use the data for research. This is essential, and for outpatient practices as well. This democratization of knowledge is a public good. It needs to be there for everyone. And we can do it safely where we compromise nobody. And you know what? We can even create sharing plans where if there's, let's say I create a new predictive analytic that everybody buys around the country, then everybody who contributed data to that should get some part of it, in my opinion. I'm not speaking for my institution.
Patricia.
I was wondering if we could go back to our discussion about the students and about how to build sustainable research capacity now that we went to data, and data seems to be one of those areas or arenas in which if you have people that are trained, you require less equipment and less infrastructure in country, in the ground. So what are we doing? How well are we doing in terms of actually training data scientists and developing training programs around that line?
I didn't pay her to ask me that, so I think that I owe her money because, so we give every summer, we give a boot camp that's taken by 46 different institutions. It's open to whole CTSA network. It's open to all the T15 programs. It's the beginning of the clinical informatics fellowships nationally. We had last year 411 people from 46 different institutions and plus the NIH that took the course. It's free. My provost and president know I do this. Yes. I give out free education on data science, about 24 lectures from July through August. You are all welcome to take it or to send your students or anybody who wants to from here. And it's a pretty comprehensive start of looking at data science. John teaches
I
in
do
it.
the image science
Yeah.
part of it, yeah.
Yeah, he teaches image analytics in it. And we and also if you're good at this and you want to teach, call me up. We'll get you to teach too. That would be great. But I'll tell you, we got more press from NIH and other places off this free education than we would have been worth, so much more than the money we would have made if we charged for it.
Jay.
Yeah, Peter, I just want to go back to David's question about data sharing. And you spoke about the affiliations and trying, is there a standard language that you can put in on that? Or how is, what do you say?
Yeah, we've worked on standard MOUs between places. We have those, and we're starting to build with our academic partner registry relations as well, because this is truly identified data that's exchanged. So we're starting a total joint registry, and it took a little bit longer to get that contract under, but once we get it, we should be able to share the language and get that to everybody, because registries and populating our registries from our primary data, very important. Everybody who works in cancer knows that, of course, right?
Yeah. Alan, and then we're going to open it up.
Yeah, one quick question. How do we do this at a global level? Today, we're looking across the world for data sharing. How do you do it across countries where there are all kinds of potential barriers?
It's different in different areas of the world because of regulation. As you know, in Europe, they just put in the hardest privacy regulation ever. It's much more difficult than it was before. On an individual basis, I can still cut right through that because I have good collaborations in Switzerland and France and other places. But on a global, national level, it's become a little bit harder. I think we need more conversation, and I'm glad you brought that up. Now, in other places in the world, it's actually easier than it was before, right? So we have to be aware of those opportunities. In Africa, it's easier. Actually, in Asia, it's easier. Australia, Japan, Korea, we have real inroads there where we're able to do really great things. And China's a bit of a problem, but Taiwan's open and they want to work with us. And I'll tell you, if you want to look at great AI, look at China and Taiwan. Those people are doing fantastic work.
Just to clarify that issue about Europe, that's only EU, is that correct? And that we can go outside of the EU without a problem.
That's correct. Right. I should have said that.
Yeah.
Maybe we should be looking at the sharing the learning and not so much the data sets. That's another way to do it. Let's open this up because we're getting out of time, and I have an order from Jean to ask a few questions here. So here we go. For the audience and for everybody, do we need to establish a working group within SUNY GHI to create recommendations? A very political question. To create recommendations to the state, I guess, to start with. Go ahead, Gene.
I was trying to be vague.
Yeah.
So I think these meetings are, incredibly good for all of us to talk about these things. But when we leave, we go back to a system that doesn't have this type of daily interaction. So within the SUNY Global Health Institute, if we had a working group that was charged with creating a brief document, which could be presented to the vice presidents for research with some recommendations. That would then get traction, and each campus could then see the value of supporting that and how it would help the faculty at each of those campuses. But to my knowledge, that doesn't exist. I've been at the clinical trials network meetings for years. It hasn't happened. Same question was asked quite a few years ago about how to get a good agreement across institutions. But I think the way we describe the Global Health Institute is the network within SUNY of academic health centers, that each of those centers have global partners. So we can get at this within SUNY, solve the problem, and let all the campuses benefit from that, but then address the question of global partnerships, and each of these things can be built out from there. But without a working group of people like yourselves with the expertise to come up and say, here's what we know about it, what exists, here's what we would recommend we move toward, then David and his colleagues can bring it up the ladder, and then something will happen. Otherwise, I'm not sure how to make it happen.
Can I ask you a question? Can the VPRs then use that document to go to the legislature and get a line item to support this?
Well, I think if they can get it to whoever's doing that, negotiating, I think it's the chancellor that usually does that. But
Chancellor, yeah, the VPRs can take it to the chancellor.
Yeah, I mean, I was being a little tongue in cheek. I thought you would like that.
Is what Gene is suggesting.
I think
we don't want to just, we've spin our wheels for 10 years now.
I would think that what would be helpful is a concise document that summarizes the Global Health Institute, what it has done, what it is today, and what the available resources are that everybody has. There's a lot of grants, but it's kind of spread out, right? And then with an ask, like, okay, if we were to be given X dollars, we could do the following, or a tiered ask. And this is why you VPRs should want to do that. So will it work? I mean, I will read it.
Yeah, I echo that from the back row, because there's enough historical evidence here of successful grant funding and movement forward, right? Even into next year. So why not have that kind of historical and visionary document drafted for whoever needs to read it?
So do the inventory, make the case, and make the proposal.
Yes.
Yeah. Open questions, everybody.
Cost recoveries.
Yeah.
The agencies that.
That was another one of Gene's questions, actually.
That's exactly your currency, because my dean always is looking at what am I doing to bring it into
Yeah.
the cost, and
Yeah.
the gold standards NIH. Of course, you have other foundational or Gates or other places, but I think that's always the case.
I'd also say that what Len was presenting magnifies the short paper we can put together, because he's thinking out of the box and making it attractive not only to that initial funding line item, but to federal agencies that want to see this type of work be done. So I just think the timing is right.
There should be some kind of a paper drafted on the basis of this particular meeting with the abstracts, et cetera, that can get into a high impact journal, and that can be used as a deliverable. We do that all the time in other research areas, dementia areas, et cetera. So that would be a key thing to think about.
I think there's a writing group coming together.
Yeah, perfect. Perfect.
There is, one slight challenge I think about indirect cost recovery. And it sort of came up on the sidelines with our discussion with Fogarty, Rachel. And that is increasingly, we're encouraging leadership abroad, PI leadership abroad. And so with less and less resources going domestically. So while we can actually dramatically increase global health funding as we enter the sort of anti-colonialization period, which is certainly appropriate, resources are increasingly being devoted, whether it's an R1, R21, or whatever, at the site. And so we can't quite be as brisk about about indirect cost recovery as we might be with a good old-fashioned MWCCS, which is all domestic. It's just a point of information to think about.
I think Alan's point is it's a very good one in that it is certainly something that will catch every VPR's attention, but it's not the only currency. You said it is one of the currencies, but we all are interested in growing research and its impact, and whether it is bringing in, whether all the direct costs are at SUNY campuses with full indirects from the NIH, or whether a lot of the direct costs are elsewhere and we don't get as much, that's okay. I think the case is, I think, fairly straightforward to make if, based on what I'm hearing in terms of the impact, and Deb mentioned that the number of grants that have been cited or that have been earned and are functioning by especially inter-SUNY campus.
Just one other quick point on added value is by creating this large SUNY network, you then have a great opportunity to work with other networks. We've heard about relationships that have been formed with the GVN, the APDC. Perhaps I asked Jack, I hadn't heard anything about Gates. So where is that relationship to the Gates Foundation? And as a unit, if you go with all the SUNY campuses and all the power of what you have to these larger organizations, then there's a greater lift. And then what about the MRC going to all the other larger funding agencies in Europe and the European Economic Community? There's billions of dollars of funding that can be done collaboratively. Or I work in Australia with their grant systems, or in Singapore, if you go to the Singapore entity where there's huge money in the Biopolis and entities there. So I think the creative opportunity by having created the entity, funded it, then you can go on a global tour and, develop those collaborations.
This also can help our rankings, which is very important to our institutions. And frankly, at least at some point, we do need to have an upregulated good citizen gene, which is an important thing for each of us to have too. So, at some point in our lives, we got to give back a little, right? And I understand that we want to bring in dollars and all that, and it supports people to do good things. But sometimes you got to do the right thing. And I think that everybody in this room has been espousing that during this meeting.
Yes, good afternoon. First of all, thank you, Dr. Morris and Dr. DeHovitz, for pulling this together. Excuse me. And thank everybody for being here. So anyway, why not take the approach of doing a public-private relationship? I hear all this money about get a grant, go to the legislature. It takes forever. Why don't you go to the best venture capital firms or private equity firms and cut a deal with them, because they want to get in early and they got the money and the brain power from a business standpoint, not a bunch of politicians or legislative people who have other, agendas, if you will. So, and if you need anybody to help you do that, when you have this document, I would be happy to.
Yeah,
step up.
I think that's exactly the axis that we talked about with Shrikant, of sort of leveraging the capital that's out there. Yeah.
That's what they do.
That's what they do. Yeah.
And they will move quickly.
Of course.
And, it's just a good way to go rather than the bureaucratic route. Go ahead. You were going to say something.
No, I wasn't. I was going to give you that.
I wouldn't use the term bureaucratic when it comes to grants and the government. Yes, there is bureaucracy, but the federal government and New York State are tremendous funders. I think the problem potentially of going this route is what is it that is the product that these VC companies are going to be interested in when almost everything that's done in this room by the work supported here is not something that's going to make them the millions of dollars or billions of dollars that they're looking for in investing in a biotech company. I'm not saying there are global health ideas for companies that could be big breadwinners, but I don't think that's the primary focus of the work of the Global Health Institute?
Well, there are really four aspects to it: healthcare, technology, education, and business development. And that's what they could bring to the table. What you're talking about, respectfully, I feel like you're just pushing back a little on my idea. So.
Well, I am, but that we are at a scientific meeting, and so that's sort of because you asked why not, and my answer is that's why it's not so obvious to me that approach is going to work for this particular domain.
Say como no. I mean, the why not? Why do it? I'm sorry.
No, because the NIH institutes are kind of slow to the table with some of the stuff.
I'm sorry.
The NIH institutes are, excuse me, but they're a little bit slow to the table with some of what we're discussing today. And so, and now things are happening, and so we need to get it strike while the iron is hot, right? Okay, so I think that's kind of what you're saying, David. I'm not sure. But you know, we apply for grants and we go after things when the timing is right, right? Timing is everything, right? So I don't know if that addresses what you were talking about. It may be not, but that's what we're addressing here, at least in HIV aging cohorts. It's like now all of a sudden the timing's right to address certain issues, right?
Yeah.
Now, after all these years, it's the timing.
Comment or question in the back?
I would maybe a quick comment that inter-campus agreements, data sharing for funding, for data sharing is a huge issue. To get data from Deb to me, from Brooklyn to Albany, took 6 to 8 months this year.
Yeah,
so
we
it's
had a
very easy.
problem.
So you may be able to get data from University of West Indies to Buffalo in 6 weeks. But to move data from Buffalo to Albany is very difficult. And so, I mean, to me, this is a huge barrier to working.
Yeah,
with
inter-SUNY
both
communications
the
are
funding,
not
small funding
easy.
mechanisms and data.
And we're
Is
co-funded.
very
We're
difficult.
funded
And
together.
so how do Deb and I work together
It's
if
been a
we
problem,
can't share
yeah.
funding and we can't share data? And so that's, to me, amongst the biggest barriers to what you're talking about, leveraging the power of the SUNY system.
So when we inventory all the grants that are, all the opportunities, we also have to inventory the obstacles. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, we're past time. Burning questions? If not, I want to thank everybody, give everybody a huge hand for doing this, and especially Jean and Jack. Your closing comments?
This conversation a few times, Gene, and we'll continue to do this. You can see the challenges, and I want to thank David, first of all, for funding this meeting, actually the second meeting. David, I want to try and get a third one out of you. Just kidding. No, okay, good. But also, I think, David, it's really important to have you here just in terms of giving the perspective from the larger SUNY system, because you hear our frustrations and our challenges, and you've done a great job in terms of lubricating our relationships, and there's a step more we can do. In any case, I think this has been a great meeting, and I'm impressed by the growth between April 2022 when we last met and now. Our extramural funding has increased dramatically. We really have a great story to tell, and with your help and Jean and I's engagement, not leadership engagement, I hope we can continue to make the argument that more resources need to be developed to this. Thanks so much for staying the entire day, and I wish you well, and we'll be in touch. Thank you.